question?
No opening statement? No, that's fine. Just no postgame. These last two seasons, I think, like the common, I don't know, criticism or comment from fans is that the focus has changed kind of midway through. Do you feel like there is a kind of unified focus for the season in a different way?
Yeah, I mean, I think focuses, number one, can change. I know from an organizational standpoint, like we've been aligned the entire time I've been here. The lines of communication between myself, Jay-Z, Danny, Ryan are wide open all day, every day. And it's on all of us to make decisions as we go to do what we think is best for the team at the time, obviously with the future in mind. Going into this season, I think our vision is very clear. This is an opportunity for us to really invest in our youth. We have 6 players that are 20 and under. If you add Walker, it's 7 guys 23 and under. We're really excited about all 7 of those players, and we need to invest in all of them and try to help them grow and develop, and at the same time try to learn about who they are now, and where we see each of them potentially going in the future, what they can grow into. There's a big difference, especially when you're a really young player, of what your identity is now and what it can turn into. And so we have to try to identify both right now. Obviously, Lauri, re-signing was a big deal for our program. He's an all-star level player. He's going to be an amazing leader for our team, a focal point for our team. And, him, JC, Patty Mills, John Collins, like all those guys are going to really help these young players grow. But our goal every night is the same as it's always been. We're going to go out on the floor. We're going to try to represent ourselves, our organization, and our fan base by playing hard and passing. And the objective any night that we take the floor is to win.
Well, for some of those young guys, I think that it's fair to say that we'll learn more about who they are and kind of their baseline as the season progresses.
Right.
But we kind of have a good idea at this point of Walker and Keyonte because of how many reps they've had. So with those two specifically in mind, what is success going to look like maybe on a night-to-night basis or maybe through that first part of the season?
I think the biggest sort of overall thing for both of them is going to be their consistency. I'm not overly focused on what their quote-unquote best is, what their best game is. I'm more interested in what is sort of the baseline that we can expect from both players on a night-to-night basis, because that's what this league is. Even the top players, you see, they'll have big outbursts in a massive game, but what separates the best players in this league from everybody else is that their floor is so much higher. Their average game is so much higher. And I think for Keyonte and Walker, they each have experience under their belt now. And for them to sort of step into bigger roles for our team and our organization now and moving forward, it's going to be about their consistency night to night. And that's going to be in a lot of areas. It's not just how many points you score, how many rebounds you get, how many blocks you get. A lot of it is your poise, your kind of mental and emotional approach to every game, which it's hard, right? 82 games is a lot of times to kind of crank it up. But I think both of those guys understand that we're seeking a higher level of consistency from both of them. There's obviously plenty of technical basketball things that they've been working on that we want to see them improve in, but those all feed into that just general consistency of their approach and their performance each night.
What do you expect to see from the rookies this year?
That's a good question. For all of them, I expect sort of a normal entry into the NBA. It's hard. And I think all 3 of our rookies are capable playing good basketball and contributing when they're on the court. It's on us as a staff to help them identify what their identity is right now. All three of them have shown a pretty high level of feel for young players. I think the thing that excites me the most about the three of them as a group is they can all pass. But I think for them, I expect they're going to come in eyes wide open. They're going to play really, really hard. They're going to have some level of failure at some point. Failure not meaning like catastrophic. It could be a bad game or a tough week, because the NBA is humbling. And I think what I want for all of them is to learn early in their career how to deal with a bad game or a bad couple of games, recenter themselves, and get back to playing productive basketball. No one has a perfect season. I don't expect any of them to have a perfect career, but they need to learn now that it's not all about them. Every night's not going to be about you. Every game, you're not going to score as many points as you want or get the stats that you want. And there's going to be nights that you don't play great, but can you still contribute to the group?
You mentioned how Lauri's going to be a focal point for this team. With that in mind, how important was it to get his contract extended over the offseason and kind of have him here long term? I mean, does it create kind of a sense of stability that you can build around him and have him kind of be a leader for the long term and short term for the future?
Yeah, obviously signing a deal like that makes everything feel different, not just for us as an organization, but for Lauri. I think this gives Lauri a different sense of security for him and his family. But yeah, as the coach, when the best player on the team wants to be here, he wants to be in Utah, he believes in what we're doing. He and I have been able to build a really strong relationship over the last 2 years. It's big for us because it also helps our ecosystem function. There's no question when we take the floor at practice tomorrow who the best player on the team is, and there's responsibility that comes with that. Lauri is fully capable and ready for that, but him re-signing this summer was great for our team, sort of the psyche of the team and the group. But I think more than anything, it just shows that Lauri's committed to the Jazz, committed to Utah, and he really believes in what we're doing.
Quickly, two things. One, is everybody healthy? And then two, since you don't have the veteran depth you've had in years past going into the season, if the rookies have to play day one, are they prepared to do that, or are you prepared to do that?
Everybody is healthy, as far as I know. The rookies are prepared to play, for sure, as prepared as any rookie is to play. I think they all are extremely competitive and tough, and I do think that, like I said earlier about their feel, it helps them fit into the game. None of them will look out of place if they go into a game. I'm fully prepared to play them. I think we've shown as a staff over the last 2 seasons that we're not afraid to mix the lineups up and play groups together that maybe we hadn't considered before, maybe that the general public wouldn't consider. But that's our job. And, it's my job as the head coach to approach our team like I approach every team. Let's try to think about what they are now and try to put them in positions to be successful. But I am more than ready to play the rookies.
I'm going to read you back a quote from season before last.
From who?
From you.
Oh, good.
It was post-game in Portland.
Oh, here we go.
Drew has been a pain in my expletive for a long time.
Yeah.
Elaborate?
Drew Eubanks has been a pain in my blank for a long time. I was fortunate to coach Drew when he was a rookie, his first couple of years in the NBA. I say that all with love. He is a very endearing, tough, competitive, coachable, wonderful human being. It's not just about the basketball piece. He's the kind of person that you want around your organization, your locker room. He represents and exemplifies a lot of what we're trying to be as a team. The selflessness, the toughness, the competitiveness. Like any player, when you coach him a lot, Drew and I have had our moments where we've not seen things the same, but that's totally expected. I love giving Drew a hard time. He's a really, really special guy. I can't wait for our fans to get to know him. I can't wait for you guys to get to know him. But correct, he is a pain in the ass.
And kind of on the same token, you've known Patty for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, is there comfort in the fact that he's here right now with you?
Absolutely. Patty and I have known each other almost 15 years. We spent 10 years together in San Antonio. He's one of my favorite people, not just in the NBA, but on the planet. And there's a massive level of comfort that I get knowing that he's here. Our team needs some veteran leadership. We need some people to model behavior for the young players. We also need people that are going to fully give themselves to the group. And, also Patty's an extrovert, and we have a team that has a lot of introverts on it. And I think that Patty's personality and energy is going to really help our locker room and help our team day to day. But I'm not shying away from the fact that Patty being here is also wildly comforting for me personally. And I plan on leaning on him a ton to try to help lead this group.
With Taylor and Bryce coming back, especially we asked about Keyonte already, but how have those guys' games and bodies changed since April 12th of last year?
Their games have both grown. They've gotten a lot more reps. They've been put in different positions. Obviously, the end of last season, they got a lot of playing time in the NBA. Both of them were starting for a majority of that. And I think that this summer has been good for them to go play summer league and to get the reps in the positions where they're making more decisions. When you're the quote unquote fifth option on the court, it's different. You're not making as many decisions. I think this summer was an uptick in their decision making, gives them a different perspective on where they need to go. They've both done a lot of work on the court. Their bodies are probably the part that they should be most proud of. For any player, any young player, the NBA is very unforgiving, but it's physically unforgiving. And everybody on our team knew they had a lot of work to do on their bodies, but everybody's goals were different. I think both Bryce and Taylor have taken that directive, and they've worked really hard this summer. Bryce has really leaned out. He's incredibly strong right now. He's moving great. I'm really proud of the work that he's done, and he should be, because he's the one that put in that effort every day. Taylor knew that getting in the weight room was going to be a big emphasis for him as he continues to grow as a player. The different matchups that he's going to face based on his body type and sort of what things we're going to try to do with him defensively. And as of a couple days ago, I believe Taylor had gained 21 pounds this summer from the end of the season. So, both those guys, Keyonte, Walker, they all deserve a lot of credit because they took the message for what it was. They didn't take it personally. And they spent the entire summer just doing the work. Little by little, they did the work, and we're showing up here to training camp, and all of them look great.
We talk a lot about, players' off-season regime. What do you and your coaches do during the off-season to, get better?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes in the off-season. It's always through two lenses. The first one is you do a deep dive and examine yourself, examine your team, how you're playing, the roster, sort of concepts that you could maybe build off of, things you want to take forward, things you want to strip away. That's everything from film to analytics. There's a lot of think tank work that goes on in the off season as it relates to that. The assistants get to come up with or bring up all the crazy ideas that they've had. And the second piece of it is you try to study others. The playoffs being first and foremost. I know that I watched a majority of the playoffs. You go back and you watch it on film and you start to study the teams that are in the position you want to be in. And what do they do well? What makes them good? What do I like that coach does? And try to take things from them. After watching those things, kind of projects and ideas usually spawn off of that. You're taking notes during it and it's like, hey, I want to dive deeper on this concept. I want to take a closer look at this defensive scheme, this end of game concept that a team is running. And so it's always twofold. And then we have some meetings throughout the summer, and then as we get closer to training camp, we always have a little retreat where we all get together and try to crystallize everything and get on the same page, figure out what it is exactly that we care about right now, the things that we'll maybe table for later, and then what we want to get rid of, so that we're showing up to camp unified as a staff in terms of what the priorities are, and where we want our focus to be as we open camp.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Everybody wants you.
Oh, Lauri. Wow. Right off the bat.
Hello. We are going to get started with our first player of Jazz Media Day with Lauri Markkanen.
Larry, I remember in your end of season interview, you kind of said, one thing I can do to force the timeline is to get as good as I can personally, right? Improve my game. What is it that you think you can improve on and what you have improved on this summer?
It's nice to see you again, too, by the way.
I saw you Friday, or
Yeah, that's my job as a player, to get better and push the team forward as fast as I can. And obviously I spent a little bit of time in Finland, so now last month or so I've been able to work out with the teammates and stuff. But it was a good summer, just trying to improve physically, be in great shape, and learn a little bit of detailed stuff about on both ends of the floor. So I think I've been doing a good job of that.
Kind of a weird question, but up here.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing,
See
Lauri?
you.
I was talking to Juuso Välimäki about your guys' relationship. How have you helped him kind of get used to Utah?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was in Finland most of the summer, so I didn't really. Actually, I don't know what time. When did he get here? But I met him at when the team was welcomed here. Took him show a couple areas to live in, which he didn't pick, so I guess I was a bad host. But then I've seen him a couple times now, and just trying to help with anything that he needs. But obviously, he's a professional. He's been in the league for a while, so they don't really need help. But I just told him I'm here, whatever he needs to.
And along those lines, is it nice to have like another, I guess, Finnish pro athlete in the state?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, our schedules go a little. We have the opposite schedules with home and away games, but try to go catch a couple of games and hang out. And just like I said, if he needs anything, and like, it's good to know that we have other people that enjoy going to sauna. I don't know. So you get to hang out and kind of talk about the life that's going on and whatever. So yeah, it's definitely good.
Hi, Lauri. It's good to
Hello.
see you.
See you.
How stressful was the summer with all the contract stuff and all the talk leading up to that actually coming to fruition?
Well, it could be stressful, but it wasn't really for me. I was able to go home and hang out with my family and kind of forget about it because we couldn't do anything before August anyway. And I expect my agent to tell me if something happens, so I try to stay off of it and kind of really just work on my game and be with the loved ones. And so it wasn't really that stressful, but so I'm happy it got done relatively quickly. So yeah.
Was it comforting that by signing on August 7th, I mean, now you don't have to worry about that talk at all this season? Is that like, was that a more reassuring moment for you?
Yeah, for me, just being able to focus on basketball, and I think players talked about it. Everybody talked about when the deadline happened last year, and that's the thing in the league. It comes around every year, and just having 1 year that you know that your name's not going to be in it, so we get to focus on playing and getting better and pushing these my teammates, and so that's a good feeling for sure.
Good to see you again.
Hello. Yeah.
You know, Will mentioned that you're kind of a focal point for this team and somebody that they're looking to be a leader for this group. What's it like kind of being in that position, knowing that you're the person they're looking to kind of set the tone, set the example for the players coming in and the players they're trying to develop here?
It's a great feeling. That's where you work for. And yes, it's a responsibility, but I'm happy to be in that position and pushing myself to being more vocal. And I'm always going to lead by example, just trying to do the right things that professional players do, showing up early, doing all the extra stuff, and hoping that young guys pick it up. And then at the same time, forcing myself to be not uncomfortable, but a little bit that way to talk to the guys and grow in that area. So I'm excited to take on that responsibility.
Lauri, good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You know, just to follow up on some of the contract stuff is, you know, a lot of talk was that your relationship with Will is strong, one reason, and also you actually love Utah, the Salt Lake City area. Can you just dive into that a little bit more and talk about both those? I think when people actually come here, they understand that, but you live it and your relationship with Will as well.
Yeah, being in a couple of different organizations, and not saying that they didn't have faith in me or whatever, but just coming here, I had a good summer before I got here, and then having the conversation with Will right away to how we're going to approach the year, and then obviously what we've been doing the last 2 years, I've evolved as a player a lot, and so I trust him on the floor. He's a great basketball mind on the court, but then at the same time you get to hang out with him and knowing as a person, and it's a great thing to have that relationship, so that helps on the court for sure. And what was your second question? About Utah? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm an outdoor person. I love being here. Just everything's close, and family loves it here. I know what people say around the NBA that there's nothing to do or whatever, but that's not really true at all. I could have spent here the whole summer if I needed to, and have no problems with it. Just weather's great, and get to do whatever you want here. So I love it.
Lauri, I had heard that you might have passed on the Netflix special, The Starting Five. Is that true?
Yeah, they had it wasn't really serious conversation, I think, but I assume it was the same one. They reached out about doing a Netflix show, so, I mean, maybe it was a different one. I don't know. That's the only basketball stuff I've seen, so I assume it was that one.
But you didn't want to do it?
No, I didn't want to bring extra people in the locker room, and yes, it's fine when everything's going great. You're having people film you in your car after the game, but what if things go sideways and whatever? So I just know my personality, it would have been too much, so I just wanted to focus on playing basketball and being with our team or with no other people around, and then we're pretty private on our family life as well, so didn't want to bring them into it anyway.
Lauri, are you physically stronger than you were last year?
I think so, yes.
Or different? What work went into that?
Just really the same type of stuff I've been doing the other summers. Trying to get faster and stronger, and not going into any specific drills, but it was a big emphasis on during the summertime, and I think we've been doing a good job, and I feel great going in.
I also saw online that you did some disc golf this year.
Not
putting
every
with
year.
that one
It
fan.
just happened to be on Reddit this year. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, true. Yeah, so is it the same as you've been playing disc golf the same amount? Okay. Is it weird to have that happen? Like all of a sudden, you're playing a lot and then one of them just randomly blows up?
No. I mean, I know that I'm a jazz player, and there's a possibility that somebody recognized me when I go there, but it's just a hobby I do on the free time, and I'm not really expecting that to happen because not all of them follow basketball, as we can see. But it was a pretty cool thing to happen, and obviously I didn't know he was the first 30 minutes or whatever. I didn't genuinely think that he knew who I was, so that was a pretty fun moment. But then we had a great time. We probably spent an hour and a half together and just talking about life, and so it was pretty cool. Shout out to him. I can't remember his name, but I'm sure he recognizes himself.
Lauri, I'm sure that kind of your personal goals and what you want to improve on is going to change as the season progresses. But right now, as you're heading into the season, what are some things about your game on the court specifically that you're like, okay, I really want to dive in on this?
Yeah, I mean, just finishing out the games and really, we worked a lot on getting to your spot and going at your pace, and you get some reps at practice to like close the games out, whatever. But I don't think there's anything like the game reps. So I'm excited about. It's not going to be perfect every time, but getting to work on it and really find what works for you in game situations, and so that's been one point of emphasis.
Did you get more into fishing this year, or did you just broadcast that out more?
Mostly I posted about it more. I've been doing fishing previous years, but this was the first time I went to fly fishing. So,
What do you like about fishing in Utah?
I mean, it's pretty, you're close to nature. You're literally wearing shorts and standing in the river. And I mean, I guess it's a good cold plunge at the same time, but just being in the nature, that's a big thing for me. Instead of living in, that's kind of a, I don't know if humbling is the right word, but can't find a better one now. But just being in the nature and not having to worry about anything else, you're just focusing on getting something to eat. So,
Will and Justin have been pretty clear. They're considering this. The priority is on developing the youth, right?
Yep.
You're a competitive human being. How do you balance the will and want to and desire to win with the knowledge that, hey, you're going to have to play a lot of young players, and maybe that's what's best for the franchise in the long term?
Yeah, you accept it. There's best for the organization, and we obviously got to see what we have. But as a competitors, I don't think there's a player in the NBA that goes in to just being okay with, let's see how it goes. I think everybody's competitive, and when you go out there, you're trying to win, and that's how you really get better when you get those game reps. And we talked about the end of game situation. You get the high pressure end of game situation. That's what's going to make you better and learn. And yeah, there's probably going to be some mistakes that we have. Like, I mean, every player does them, but I remember me being a rookie and just learning. You happen to make more of them, so you just understand that. But you go out there and compete like we always do and live with the results.
Was that part of the conversation at all when you were choosing to sign the extension? Like what the future of the franchise looked like?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit, and I think you see it. I mean, nowadays you see it on social media before anything even happens. But you have the conversations, and you kind of, I didn't directly talk to Justin and those guys right before signing, but I mean, I had my agent talk with them, and I was in the loop with that, and so yeah, that definitely plays a role. But like I've been saying, just I'm trusting those guys. We have good people in this building that's proven that they can get the job done. So I'm worrying about myself and my teammates and just getting better. And
Thank you, Lauri.
wow, nothing about the new Harry Potter ride being at the Universal.
Lauri, do you want to tell us about the new Harry Potter ride?
Wow, I'm disappointed.
We're gonna be in Florida, where there's time to talk about it.
We're in Miami. We're not going to be in Orlando.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be in Orlando?
It's the second night of a back-to-back.
Oh, it's the second night of
I told you this, Sarah.
I know, we already had this conversation.
I'm disappointed. It's just the whole summer, and there's that big of an announcement, and you're not even going to address it.
Well, that's not the biggest thing on my mind right now.
Wow.
So where are your favorite fishing spots in Utah you've done so far?
Can't say the exact location. Yeah, people take us. We were in Provo Canyon. So I'm not going to tell you my spots where I catch my fish.
Cantaloupe is honey. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, are you catching fish?
He saw me. I catch some fish. Thank you, guys.
welcome. We're happy to have Patty Mills here.
Good morning,
And,
everyone.
go ahead and open up for questions. Thanks.
Hey, Patty, I'm Andy Larson with the Salt Lake Tribune. It's good to meet you. Tell me kind of how signing with the Jazz came about this summer.
Yeah, it came after the Paris Olympics this summer. As you can imagine, an Olympic campaign is very full-on and hectic as it is. But having these conversations on the side, throughout that was very exciting at the same time. So we unfortunately got knocked out in the quarterfinals, a tough game against Serbia. And a couple of days later, I was on the phone to Will talking about this opportunity, which I'm incredibly excited about. The role that I have on this team this year is very clear, and this part in my career and what I have to bring to an incredibly young, talented group is exciting for me to be able to share what I've experienced over the course of 15 years in the NBA with an NBA championship, 5 Olympic Games and an Olympic medal. I think there's a lot here that I'm naturally good at being able to help some younger guys develop and create a strong foundation base here in Utah for the Jazz to be able to build on over the course of many, many years. So this conversation with Will went very well in the streets of Paris, and it got me very excited about this season and what I can bring.
Hi, Patty. I'm Sarah Todd from the Deseret News.
Morning.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Your relationship with Will goes back about 15 years, I think. How much more comfort is it coming to a place where you know somebody that well? And also, how has your relationship with Will evolved over the last 15 years?
Yeah, it's a great question. He was the first person that opened the doors for me in San Antonio when I got to the Spurs. And I think that first workout at 9 p.m. at night, I think it was, little did we know just how much we would experience together. The highs, the lows, the good, the bad, the ugly, laughters, tears, all of it. I think we've watched each other grow in our respective roles and got to know each other very well. And I think to be able to see him succeed as a coach and as a head coach in this role, to be able to then reunite with him in an environment that is very comfortable, not only because of his position, but I think what I can bring to this environment. So it's unique, it's very special, it's exciting at the same time because my role, there's so much clarity in my role and I know what to do, I know how to execute it, and I'm excited about it as well. I can see the potential here, not only this season, but the years to come. And I think it's a very enjoyable place to be because of this place, because of Will and how he is as a person. I think one of his biggest strengths is his ability to be able to share who he is and how he does things. He's very approachable. He's he can relate to players, old players, young players, veteran players, coaches. He can relate to anyone and have those conversations. But this place has become very quickly, welcomed me with open arms. And that's, you don't get that too often. But I think that allows a player to be able to be himself when he comes into this locker room and give him 100%. So, again, I'm very excited about this opportunity, and I think, this is going to be a very enjoyable year.
Patty, Thurl Bailey, can you talk about the importance of having someone like yourself who's had the experiences, been through it all, ups and downs of a season, younger team, veteran team, talk about the importance of having a kind of player like you in the locker room, and maybe in particular, especially because players want to play, they want to win, especially when things aren't going well during the season.
Yeah, look, I think there's, I think my presence, number one, in this locker room and being able to guide this talented young team is where this starts. And I think away from the coaches, away from anyone else outside of the locker room, these players, being able to help them navigate through a season, not being able to ride the highs too high, ride the lows too low, just understand this is a long season, but also a long career for these guys as well. And if they can learn some important tricks, so to speak, to be able to put one foot in front of the other, continue to learn, never think that you know it all, because even 16 years in, you still don't know it all, and be able to learn so much that you leave the opportunity for yourself to continue to grow, I think is the main thing. There's so much talent here. You see it, you see the potential, and it's just about, I think, keeping these guys on the straight and narrow and letting them enjoy it as they can, and then let them be themselves. I think it's about being able to understand how to manage throughout the course of a season, and this is a learning environment, I think, and if these guys can continue to put things in the bank to help them in the future at the end of the season or in the future of their careers, I think it'll be very beneficial for them, once they get older.
Patty, Craig Boulder, Jack, maybe just jump into that a little deeper if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Has Keyonte, you guys been able to connect yet? I know it's early. A lot of players have been in town for, about a month? But what's your overall thought about, there's 5 players, actually 6, about 5 first-rounders in the last 2 years, and 7, I believe, now are under 23. Do you sense their hunger and their willingness to listen and to learn?
Yeah, that's probably been the biggest surprise to me. Number one, there are a lot of young guys on this group, and to walk in early September and see how long they've been putting work in this summer. But to walk in and see their level of work ethic, number one, at that young age, and their eagerness to listen is a great first sign for me. And I think that you couldn't ask for a better starting base to build from. So I think there's potential in that for these guys to be able to latch on to and not lose that, the eagerness to listen, the work ethic, and then the ability to get along with each other. There's important pieces in this room already. If they can connect and have that strong connection, this can become a very special place. And I think that's probably a part of my job title at the moment, or job role description. And a lot of times these things can't be forced either. It's got to come naturally. It's got to come genuinely for them to really work. I've seen them work at the highest of levels between Tony, Manu, and Tim, for example. But there's definitely some, experiences here. If these guys can connect on a genuine, deeper level away from basketball, I think that can bring them closer together to, make this thing really work. And I think Keyonte and Lauri as a big part of that. So, getting to know them over the course of the last couple of weeks and understanding who they are as people. This thing always starts away from the basketball court, as we all know. And if you can create that genuine connection off the court, it makes everything on court, that much easier, I think. So it's a great base to work from, is the point I think I'm trying to make.
Hey, Patty. Ryan Miller from KSL.com.
G'day, mate.
Will said that you'll be an extrovert in a team full of introverts. How, does that work out? How do you expect to use your voice for this team?
Yeah, it's going to be It's going to be fun. It's going to be enjoyable. It's going to take some creativity, I think, and being able to connect with a younger group. But at the same time, these young guys have so much personality in their own way, and I don't think that should be covered, or no, strings should be attached to them to pull them away from that. The more personality that these guys are able to show, the better that they'll feel more comfortable and expressive. So it's definitely going to be a challenge, but again, I think this is something that I'm good at, being able to connect and help these guys grow both on and off the court. So we'll see. Like already, with the first few weeks of being here, being able to connect with guys and get to find out who they are. As I said, it's a great base to start from and see how that can grow. But if this thing has a chance, it's because everyone's going to connect on that level off the court, to be able to have fun, enjoy, understand that we're going to win a lot of games and lose a lot of games. But I think there's a big picture here that when you put things into perspective, that's the day by day that you can't lose track of, yeah.
Patty, you mentioned a couple of times the clarity that you have in your role here.
Yep.
Can you kind of outline that for us? What have you been told about what your day-to-day life for this team is going to be?
Yeah, look, there's no secret to who the young boys are on this team that are going to be a massive focal point in this organisation, to hopefully a very successful Jazz organisation in the near future. My role is how can I help piece that puzzle together and build a strong foundation in the locker room for these guys to have a successful career. This is key. This is Lauri, and I think with my role and other veterans, JC on this team, obviously Will steering this ship. My role is to be able to get the best out of them. I've played against Lauri for a few years now, not only in the NBA, but on the international level for his country. And I've seen the potential of what he's able to do, and I don't even think he's hit his potential just yet. So I think inserting belief into him and helping him reach that full potential, and I think there's parts that I've witnessed from afar that I've come to see him and get to know him a little bit. There's still a big part of him kind of coming out of his shell that he can show the entire NBA and the world as well. And I fully believe that. So to help, piece that puzzle together with other key, guys in the locker room, I think that's my clarity, that's my role. There's some stuff that will happen on the court. There's a lot of stuff that will happen off the court. And I keep coming back to this enjoyable chemistry that this environment has that will continue to need to be there through the course of this season's ups and downs. And again, it's that general connection, I think, that I'll play a big part in being able to help, these guys have. Hope that answered your question.
Patty, Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Australia and Utah have had a weird relationship with basketball, going back to Andrew Bogut and Luke Neville, and then now Joe Ingles, of course. What's your understanding of the state of Utah? Has it been on your radar for a long time?
It's funny because I only had 2 college visits ever, and my first one of those 2 was here in Utah. So I got to experience this place as a 18-year-old, I think I was at the time. And there has been a strange connection here, and I've got to know about this place through other friends that have been here, with the Jazz in particular. I'm sure everyone knows of him, Joe Ingles. I only walked to one coffee shop and everyone's asking about Joe, so he's definitely been a fan favourite here for a long time. So I've got big shoes to fill in that department, but no, I've probably learned about this place a lot through my relationship with Joe. So when I got here, it felt like I knew a lot of people. I was familiar with the place just because of him. So I'm not Joe Ingles, so I hope everyone doesn't expect me to be that humor, sarcastic, trash-talking Joe Ingles. But I'm very excited to be another Aussie in this Utah connection for sure.
Hey, Patty. Do you want to be a coach after you're done?
That's a great question. You know what? I never saw it in my future. I think I've given a lot to this game in this country, in the NBA, as well as in Australia. And I think it would take a lot for me to continue a career after giving so much as a player. Everyone knows you sacrifice so much to be in this role, and it does take its toll. It's enjoyable and it's very much worth it. But I think there's a life outside of basketball that I've still felt very connected to, and it's probably the reason why I've lasted so long over here in the States and in the NBA is because of that connection. A big part is my culture and being able to be a role model at this level and give them someone to look up to. And I speak for everyone in Australia, especially the youth. Be able to have them look at me at this level and say, like, that's who I want to be like, and I've grabbed that that role with both arms, and I think I have great respect for everyone that has been in my position that's come before me, because I was once that little boy looking up to role models such as Kathy Freeman and these other people, that these other sports stars, right, that I obviously didn't know, but there was something about seeing them as a kid and seeing the color of their skin and seeing and feeling a relation, ship with these sports heroes that I never knew I would feel. And now I'm in that position, right? So I can only imagine just how many young boys and girls that are in my home country of Australia gaining a lot of inspiration just by watching my career unfold. So I think it's a long-winded answer to come around that I haven't thought about it. Haven't crossed it off the list either. But I think there's a big life out there for me away from basketball that I can still make the same impact on those people that I've had in this industry.
Thank you very much, Patty.
Easy.
Appreciate
It's a
your
good
time.
one to end on.
Thanks, Patty.
Cheers, guys.
Collin Sexton, we're happy to have you here. I'm going to go ahead and just open up for questions now.
It's a nice little room.
Collin, how was your summer, man?
Summer's been really, really good. I feel like I've gotten better over the summer. I've just been able to enjoy, but also put a lot of work in and just get my mental right for the season.
Collin, what does getting better at this point in your career look like for you?
I would say it's always things that I can improve on, sharpen up my bag, and just try to work on to be better for the new season that's coming. For me, I felt like over the summer I just wanted to focus in and work a lot on just off the dribble things and creating more separation on threes and just make it a priority each and every day. So that was something like I felt like that was the one thing that I wanted to lock in on.
With so many young guys on this year's roster, where do you see yourself in terms of being a leader, an example, and mentor to some of these younger guys?
I would say just being a leader is a trait that I feel like I carry each and every day. Something that I keep on my shoulders. I feel like this year I'm be able to have more of a louder voice and be able to help the younger guys. Just because coming into the league for me, I needed someone to mentor me, and George Hill was somebody that I was able to talk to. Him, Kevin Love, like those two guys were like guys that pretty much helped me through and through. So I feel like me being able to mentor them is going to be a huge thing for me.
As a guard who's taken a step, where do you see Keyonte this summer, and how has he kind of used that to get better?
Oh, he's been working. He's been working each and every day in the gym, coming in the afternoon. He's been getting better. So I'm excited to play with him this season, and I'm excited just the chemistry we've built just by playing open gym together these last couple months, for sure.
Collin, there's no doubt that you're a guy who's out in the community and proud to do so. What is it about Utah that you do enjoy? What is it that you take pride in that makes you be that guy that's out in the community showing love?
Honestly, I just want to be able to give back to the youth, be able to show them like if I can do it, you can do it. No matter how, you know what I mean, where you started in life, no matter, you might have a few more ups, a few more downs, but at the end of the day, as long as you set your goals high, you can achieve any and everything. And being able to be someone that has had ups and downs and been at really low times in life, and I feel like that's something that I can show them is like it's not where you started from, so it's about how you finish. So,
Collin, I know you can play football. I saw the highlights this summer, man, unbelievable. Hey, I'm just curious. You know, it's obviously been said a rebuild, but maybe sometimes teams surprise the NBA. So, in that saying that, do you see a player or two that can bust out in a second, or let's say Walker Kessler in his third? I mean, you've got 7 players, if I'm not mistaken, under 23. But is there a talented pool there of players that can maybe make a jump in year 2?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the guys been working. Walker, he's been working. Even the younger guys, they've all been working this summer. So I just feel like the jump is going to happen. At the end of the day, you got to let your work speak for itself and trust your work. I always tell myself, trust your work, and that's something that I've been instilling with the young guys. You've been shooting corner threes each and every day. Don't pass up any. Trust your work. So that's something that I feel like that's where they're going to be able to take a jump, is just trusting like they put the time in, they put the work in, and the results they're gonna come.
Collin, we saw Isaiah Collier play during summer league, but you've kind of been with him for more of the summer, I guess. What do you see from him in his game, and what do you think he can develop as a player?
And he's a really good player, really good passer. He's someone that's fun to play with, and I feel like he's been just in the gym working these last couple months since summer league, and just trying to get better on the things that he feel like he needs to improve on. And he's come in each and every day with a great attitude. And I feel like when you come in each and every day with a good attitude, you're bound to get better. You come in and you go through the motions. It's like, do I feel like working today? Do I not? But if you come in each and every day ready to work, the jump is going to happen. You're going to start seeing improvements in your game right away.
Collin, you mentioned Kevin Love and George Hill. What were some of the things that they taught you? What were some of the things that they helped you through in your rookie season?
Honestly, just understanding the game more. I would say understanding the game and understanding your spots and just being simple with it. At the end of the day, making the game a lot simpler and getting to your spots and be efficient. That's something like I make sure that I want to do is each and every night is be as efficient as possible. And I feel like if you're not thinking that way, you're not going to be that way. So since the rookie season, they taught me. Even when I was with Kyle Korver, he taught me how to create like a routine. He's one of those people that like. He was like, "What's your routine?" The first couple of days I seen him, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" But over like the weeks and months, I was like, "Yeah, this is my routine." Every morning I was hot tub stretching, like so. He taught me that, and I feel like I've been doing it ever since. So I appreciate him for that. Shout out Kyle.
There's a lot of young guys on this roster. It's all we keep talking about, but also there's a lot of guys that have been doing this, especially like you, Jordan. Lauri, the connection between you guys. Rhetorical question here, but what excites you most about the upcoming season with this roster and this group of guys?
I'm excited just because of the mix. I feel like we're going to be able to help the younger guys. I feel like the younger guys are going to be able to help us, and it's going to be fun. I feel like people forget the roster that we do have, and the guys that we do have are really good. So even though we are so-called like rebuilding, I feel like we can surprise a lot of people. And for me, I like to prove people wrong, and I feel like we have the team to do so. With Lauri and JC, we're not coming in, and John, we're not coming in thinking next year. We're coming in thinking now.
So as a player, after the season's over, there's a saying that I got to go get my mind right.
Mm-hmm.
Then at a certain point, you got to get your mind ready. I'm sure you had some fun this off season.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple of things that you really enjoyed doing this off season.
Honestly, I would say just understanding like things that I like to do outside of basketball, as far as like off the court stuff, and learn more about like different business adventures and investment things like that. I feel like that's something I've been doing more and more of. So it allowed me to step away from the game and allow me to go to a place of like just, okay, this is fun, this is interesting. Just because growing up all my life, it's basketball. So now I feel like year 7, I'm allowing myself to, learn other aspects about other things that I never even thought I would really be enjoying. So it's cool.
Okay, thank you, Colin.
That's it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
welcome to John Collins. Happy to have you with us today, and we're going to go ahead and just go right into questions.
Hi, John. It's good to see you.
Sure.
How was your summer, and can you kind of fill us in on what a summer for you looks like at this point in your career? Like, what is it that John Collins is trying to get better at through summer workouts?
If there's one thing I'm trying to get better at, I feel like it's continuing to learn how to play off the ball with more feel. Obviously, not saying I'm not working on things with the ball and learning how to score and continue to create. But I just feel like with the fluidity of Coach's offense, it just I feel like it benefits me just as much as working on my individual game to just understand different spots that are going to be available for me to score in and sort of just work on those throughout the offseason and just try to be more of a threat within offense.
What have you seen from these young guys that are in here? I mean, you already had 3 young guys come in last season. You got 3 more coming in this season. What have you seen from them, just kind of in open gym stuff?
They're ultra competitive. You know, a lot of times young guys come in and they're very timid and they want to sort of walk their way into the fire. But I feel like these guys, we got Zay, Cody, Big Kyle, they've all come in with intensity. All came in with that look in their eye, the eye of the tiger, as I call it, ready to win. And I can do a lot with that coming from a place with them trying to lead them and give them some tidbits and advice. So I feel like they're going to be another great group of rooks, as well as Key, T. Henny, Bryce. Going to continue to try to bring all of them along as well.
We all keep mentioning the young guys, but there's still several vets here that played together this last year, and it worked really well. So what excites you about getting back together with those guys?
No, exactly that. Trying to just build on the chemistry. Obviously my first time playing with that group of guys last year, so it takes a little bit of time to figure each other out, but I feel like we, did figure it out, especially for a good while. And as you were saying, it's just sometimes it's just the ups and downs and the cycle that the league goes in. But again, obviously we're here to help the young guys and lead them as much as we can. But definitely some old guys on the team that can still play some basketball.
Hey, John, great to see you. You mentioned obviously Taylor and Keyonte and Bryce. Go back if you can in time, year 2 for you in this league. They're now jumping into year 2. How much change can they make, or how much of a jump can they make in the second year as a pro? And what do you expect from them?
No, an incredible jump. Obviously, physically, you just get stronger throughout the year, and your body becomes more durable in terms of handling the pressure that comes with the NBA the season. But I feel like the biggest jump you can take is mentally. Knowing your offense, knowing the gym, and knowing just the route you take when you're in Colorado, when we go to Denver, right? Just knowing the environment that you're in, or at least for me, gives me some ease, takes my anxiety down, and I feel like that's what those guys are going to go through. Well, they've been in the gym working hard all summer, but the mental ease that they get from seeing the same things again, I feel like is going to help them a lot.
When you have so many young guys on a roster, as a veteran in this league, as somebody who's played quite a few seasons now, what kind of role do you want to take in their development as a leader and as a mentor in terms of setting an example?
And of course, I don't think this is what you're asking, but obviously I would love to be a basketball player first, but I feel like just leading for me is so innate and so natural, and I want to be a big part of it. In Atlanta, I feel like I was very invested in every young guy that we had, whether he was a power forward or a guard or wherever position he may play, just trying to give advice and tidbits on how to stay in this league and be consistent. So I do want to have a big part in all of their futures. And, one day I want to be, when they're getting interviewed, I want them to say, hey, John Collins was one of my good vets, one of my favorite vets that I had. Like that's one of the things that I'm getting from a few guys, and I totally appreciate that. And I just want more young vets to look at me as one of those guys that they can trust.
John, kind of piggybacking off Bowler's question on the second year, you started nearly every game since your second year. Is that something that's important to you, or do you not care if you come off the bench or start?
No, I definitely love being a starter, appreciate and value being a career starter, I would say, outside of my first year, as you said. No, it's definitely something that I take pride and value in, going out and being one of those guys who starts the game off with energy, intensity, fire, and sort of sets the tone. I enjoy that, and it's definitely something that I hold dear, for sure.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys.
Great job.
you, Walker Kessler. We're very happy to have you here today for Jazz
Happy to
Media
be
Day.
here.
Thank you for joining us, and we're going to go ahead and open up for questions now.
I don't think I've ever seen this room before. It's pretty neat. I like the one downstairs too, but this one's, I don't know, it's kind of cool.
Walker, do you like shooting commercials?
I do like shooting commercials, yeah. Well, how do you know, well, why is that question asked?
I'm just thinking, because, I mean, I've seen your face plastered on buses.
I just had that shoot on Friday, actually,
Yeah.
the commercial shoot, so I was
and
curious
the
if you
UC
knew.
UCCU, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering,
I enjoy it, yeah. I think it's
do
fun.
they approach you? Is it like they come to your people, and then like when you hear about that, are you like, oh my God, yes, I
It's
want
cool.
to-
No, probably my most proudest accolade I have. I was in 7th grade and I was in theater. I actually won the theater award for a monologue playing Santa Claus. So I've always kind of wanted to be an actor in my second life. So it's helps me get to live that a little bit. So it's fun.
Aside from the acting, how was your summer, and kind of what does it look like for Walker Kessler to try to improve over the summer?
It was great. I think this summer, different from my first year and last year, was just I was consistently, working at home or in Utah, and that has been huge for me. I've put on, good weight. I know I feel great physically. Really worked on, obviously, my free throw, and just continuing to play with a physical presence and be dominant. So this summer has been huge.
Walker, there's no secret that there's a lot of responsibility that's going to be on this young team, including yourself, this coming season. Talk about that responsibility. Now, we've had a few veterans in here talking about leadership, but some of that for you young guys. I mean, you've been in the league 3 years now, and what are your expectations when you have had some of these new younger guys come in, and you've kind of been through some things up and down?
I think for me, helping the younger guys understand that the path is not linear. There's going to be ups and downs, but the goal is not to be too high or too low in those moments, and to understand that's about consistently being a pro every day. And so as far as the season, it's understanding that and having an attitude of gratitude and going into it, understanding that if you talk to your 7-year-old self that you were in the NBA, that is an unbelievable opportunity. So going in with that mentality and to have fun and to play hard and to understand that while we are a young team, we can play hard every night. And I think because of that, understanding that every game is going to be a fight, we're going to be really scrappy and, pull off a couple wins.
Walker, you mentioned you were working on your free throws over the summer. Are there other aspects of your offensive game that you focus on coming into this season?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, just physically using my size to put the ball in the basket. Whether that's finishing through contact, whether that's using my touch around the rim. I think also my screening and my footwork and my angles, I've really worked on a lot this summer. My dribbling, not to bring the ball up to the floor like ice or anything or pull up, but just to get to that second side quickly, hand off the ball, get to the basket, and set up guys to score, and also just having the ball in my hand, being able to make plays for other guys, whether that's, hitting a back door, hitting a dribble handoff or setting a screen for somebody. Been working a lot on that.
Hey, Walker, first off, do you remember that 7th grade monologue?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I will not I remember doing it. I couldn't tell you what it was. I ad-libbed a lot of it.
Oh.
It's just,
Well, there you go.
the sign of a true actor. But
And then second off, with having, I guess, more of a focused summer, I guess you could say, how has that helped you mentally entering this third year?
I think a lot of it is just gaining confidence in the work that I've done. Understanding that I've put in the work and to trust that work and know that I'm in a really good spot and a really good space mentally. And so going into this year, just trusting that work.
Walker, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Good to see all y'all,
Yeah.
of course.
Just taking a step back to last year, adversity sometimes can make or break a player mentally. And you just touched on it, but take us back to the early injury, what you learned, and are you mentally and physically more prepared to be who you want to be in this league?
I think the biggest thing I learned from that moment, because my rookie year was, I was fortunate enough to play with really good players, and an unbelievable point guard in Mike Conley, a vet point guard that really helped me, kind of jumpstart my career. And so going into my second year, with that injury, understanding that, like I've said before, that it's not a linear path. It's not going to go just straight up. And understand that there are bumps and bruises in the road. And understand, like I've said before, you can't get too low on yourself in those moments. You got to take that moment as a moment of learning, and all of those quote-unquote failures aren't really failures. It's really just an opportunity to learn something. And as long as you're learning something every day, it's a win. And so just as far as where my mentality is this year, that's the way I'm approaching it.
When you're going into the season, do you think to yourself, like, okay, I want to improve my free throw shooting. This is the number that I'd like to reach. Or there's this other thing on the court, and this is what I'd like to reach.
Yeah, I think, I could sit here and say a bunch of numbers, but the biggest thing for me with my first year, I didn't really have any expectation on what number I wanted to reach my first year. I just wanted to go into the year and to learn as much as possible and to play hard with every opportunity I've been given and to control what I can control. And so I would say there's not necessarily a number, but I just want to do what I can do and play my heart out and play hard. And I think that when I have that focus, and this isn't the way for everyone, I play my best basketball, and the other stuff comes with it.
Walker, you guys were either last or second to last defensively last year statistically.
Oh, here we go.
How do you get better next year? Like, what are the steps you guys need to take?
I think, I'll talk about myself. Number one, I need to do a better job of not only relying on my length to contest the ball, at the top or at the rim, but understanding that a lot of defense is just positioning. You look at Rudy Gobert, and a lot of times he might not get a block on the play, but him just staying in that paint deters a lot of shots that otherwise guards would shoot. And so understanding that aspect of it. And as a team, we just got to get better with our communication and better with how we play defense, and to take individual pride in not letting, like, you're not scoring on me. And I think once we get that, we'll be fine. All right, everybody. Thank y'all.
You already know. Love to see everybody.
Welcome,
Same
Jordan
faces?
Clarkson.
Sure.
We're happy to have you. Hi.
Hey,
Sorry,
Mad
I
Dog.
totally cut you off.
That's what we on now?
What's that?
I said, that's what we on now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello,
All right,
Jordan
cool.
Clarkson. No. We're going to go ahead and just open up for questions.
Hey, Jordan.
Wow. First question. Sarah, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What was the summer like for you in terms of like on-court work? What did it look like, and were there things that you were kind of keying in on?
Feel like this summer was trying to get like back healthy, honestly. It was like the summers, these last 2 summers were like super hectic for us because of FIBA and like trying to make the Olympics. It's like, that's a tough job, you know. And I feel like this summer was a time for me to kind of like just slow down and like get back to, you know, just being healthy and having fun with the game. And that was it. That's what the summer entailed for me.
With being first day of school, media day, kind of, what's most exciting for you about this upcoming year?
Seeing these young guys grow, honestly, like everybody. Larry stepping into the skin of, you know, himself, being that number 1 option and like being that guy. And I think he's ready for that. We've had conversations, talked to him multiple times, and you know, it's a great like thing to see this blooming, and I think everybody's pushing him towards that. And then Keyonte stepping into his own, and then watching everybody down the line, Taylor, Bryce, all these young guys just like take it full and then just do what they got to do.
Hey, JC, what makes you think Lauri's ready for that?
I mean, I don't want to cuss, but that motherfucker was in the military for like, like, yeah, what we talking about? Like he, I mean, this is like that's an honest answer. You know, he ready for whatever. Like Lauri's ready for anything you throw on his plate, and I think he's ready for it, and I'm happy to see him. He's more vocal. He's this new Lauri is just, yeah, I love it. Straight up, that was just like an honest answer, right?
With the young guys, what role do you personally want to play in their development, kind of helping them grow and progress in the league?
My thing is just giving back to the game. I've been around guys, like Patty has seen me since I was a rookie. But it's just giving back the game. At this point is, I don't want my voice to be exhausted. I mean, I'm a man of few words, very few words. But at the same time, I think my thing is just trying to. There's small opportunities in this league, but if we able to break that code and giving it to somebody, they're on their way.
JC, you have a lot of game left in you as well. Man,
Yeah.
we're talking. And we know you love to play the game. You've been asked to play a lot of different roles since you've been here off the bench, starter here and there. So talk about your baller. Talk about your expectations for yourself. I know a lot of the subject matter is about young guys, but you're going to be out on that court as well. So talk about your game and how you've been processing end of last season coming into this one.
I mean, at this point, I don't even feel like it's not a proving thing anymore. Like, I don't have to prove anything to anybody. So when I check in the game, if it's 10 to 20 minutes in the game, I might give you 15 and 20 points in those times, 10 to 15 minutes. And, you know, I'm just, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and, you know, JC gonna be JC. Flame gonna be Flame.
Hey, JC, back here. Everybody keeps talking about the young guys on this roster and how young it is, but, I mean, there's still a great chunk of you that played together last year that's back. And I was talking to Colin and John Collins and how excited they are to get back with you guys. So what excites you about this season with this group of guys?
Like I said, I think we all playing a different role. And I think every young guy looks up to us. We know who John Collins is. We know who Collin Sexton is. Like, we know who Jordan Clarkson is. We know everybody down the line. Like, I think at this point, I think we all moving into like a giving the game back to what's coming behind us type. So I think it's all a new role, a new experience for everybody, and I think we're gonna have a great time, and it's gonna be great to see how it all meshes. Free flowing vibe, and that's how I want to keep it. But everybody is just, it's a new experience for everybody, so it's gonna be fun though.
Flame on. You know, it's so fun watching you play, and I'm just curious, you know, as you see these young guys again, I know it kind of goes back to youth, but do you remember year 2 in your career, and here you got with Keyonte and Bryce and Taylor, what you expect them, is there a bust down? I've been asking a couple of questions about who could bust out, and did you bust out in year 2, and what does it take to do exactly that?
I think it's honestly, it's a confidence thing. I think Keyonte is about to, like, whatever you want to call it, go through the door. I think he's ready for all that. I think it's a big confidence thing. Confidence who you are, your skin. Like, yo, nah, JC, like, you clapping for the ball, bro. I'm about to take this shot. Like, yeah, I want that, though. Like, I love it. I love to see that personality out of him, teammates, whatever it is. But I think that's his next step, though. Like, can't be a bully. I can't be a bully. Like, yo, hey, nah, yo, JC, shut up. I'm about to shoot this shit right now. That's the, like, I want him to take that step, and I think he's there. I think Keyonte gonna bust out. Taylor is right there. He's like, he's about to, like, be really good. Yeah.
Jordan, I'm wondering if it's still surreal for you at all when you get a teammate like Patty Mills? Like,
oh, yeah.
when you get a chance to play with him?
It is. He's like a legend to me. Like, oh my God. I be fangirling. I ain't gonna lie to you. Still, like, Patty, like, San Antonio, man, like, yeah. Don't tell him I said this, though. Like, it's just like, all right, cool. We keeping this in the room?
No,
cool,
I'm
yeah.
going straight
I
to
be really
Patty.
fangirling now. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, cool. We leave it there.
You've been in the gym a little bit over the last couple of weeks, right?
Yep.
What have you noticed from Cody and Isaiah and Kyle, the new rookies, and are they ready to go? Or, you know, like, tell me about their games.
I'm gonna go on the line for that one. That Flip is like, he's really talented. I've known the background of whatever, #1 player in the country and all that, but sometimes that, like, gets lost in the smoke. But he's actually really good. Him making a play for somebody else was the thing that stuck out more than anything. And I was like, yo, his shooting form, everything is, like, amazing. But, like, him putting the ball on the ground and, like, breaking defense down and then making a pass was, like, it was, like, something that I haven't seen before. at an early stage with him. And Cody, he's young, but he's on his way as well. They're all talented in their own way. But like Flip right now, if he was like, let's throw him in the game, yo, put him on the jersey, we going to war with him for sure. He's ready. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jordan. ahead and go ahead and start asking your questions, please.
Hey, Svi, welcome to Utah and Salt Lake. Just kind of tell us how the process came about of you signing here.
I mean, I would say it's pretty normal, regular process as everybody else. I got an offer and a sign here, so I was very excited to come here. Heard a lot of good things about the organization and the city, and I feel like it was a pretty easy choice for me to come here. I have a lot of guys I know here, and yeah, overall it was just a lot of good thoughts about coming here. So yeah, it was. I feel like it was a pretty easy decision for me and pretty easy process.
Svi, what's your situation been like since then? Like, how long have you been in town for, and what have you kind of gotten to know about the team that maybe you didn't know looking in from the outside?
So first I got here, as soon as I signed, I got here for a couple of days. Then I came back. So I've been here for 2.5, 3 weeks. And yeah, a lot of young guys, a lot of, I didn't know. I mean, I knew, but it was a lot of young guys, which is great. I feel like all of them have a lot of guys have potential to be really, really good players. And, you know, me coming in here from I've been in a lot of teams, and me coming in here and bringing experience from every team I've been to and help them grow and show them what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to do it the right way. And yeah, but again, it's been a great experience, and so far I've learned a lot because coming in here, I didn't know what expectations are going to be because I feel like I came in not early in free agency, but in the middle, so you never know what's going to happen later on. But now it's like understanding where we're going, and yeah.
Said you know some people from here. Who do you know?
I knew Lauri for a while since we growing up. I played with him, so I knew him for a long time. And yeah, just being around the league, Patty, Drew, Jordan. So I feel like when you play for a certain amount of time in the league, you kind of know everybody.
Any other questions? Good. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Welcome, Drew Eubanks. Glad to have you here today.
Thank
We're
you.
going to go ahead and just open up for questions.
All right.
Hi, Drew. I'm Sarah.
Hi.
I'm going to read you a quote from Will Hardy. This
Okay.
was post-game in Portland year before last, I think. And he said, quote, "Drew's been a pain in my expletive for a long time." So when did you start being a pain for Will Hardy?
I think like 2018 when I first got to the Spurs. Yeah, no, that's probably describes our relationship pretty well. And ever since he got the head coaching job here in Utah, I've always wanted to play well against him, and he's a good guy, and looking forward to playing with him this year.
Does it give you a level of comfort coming to a team where you have that kind of a relationship with someone?
For sure, yeah. He was the guy I worked with like every single day my first 2 years in San Antonio, and when we got to the bubble, he broke it down for me and put me in a position where I could succeed there and play really well, and that helped catapult my career to get me to a standard contract and from here on out.
Hey, Drew, what do you think your role on this team will be?
This is my 7th year going into the league, so got a lot of young guys on the team, want to help them out as much as possible, be consistent, be professional, bring energy, bring a level of toughness I feel like we're going to need this year. Yeah, that's what I can think of.
Hey, Drew, Ryan Miller from KSL.com. Just could you go over how Will was as a coach, as an assistant with San Antonio, and how he's kind of evolved now that you're with him again?
Yeah, so I don't know his exact. I know he's a coach. I don't know what the exact term he was in San Antonio, but he was one of the development guys, and then I think he may have been behind the bench as my first year with San Antonio, and then I think he got promoted the year after, and he's just always been one of those intense guys, and he's going to get the most out of you. He doesn't care who you are. He's going to, if you're messing up or not doing the right thing, he's going to let you know about it. And that's something I respect about him, is he holds everybody to the same standard. And it's something I've been able to watch just in the few times I played against him over the last 2 years. And even now during when we've had a few open gyms and little mini practices and stuff, he's the same person. He's going to hold everybody to the same standard.
Drew, coming here to Utah, as you look at kind of who your teammates are, and obviously you have that relationship with Will from San Antonio, what are your expectations? I mean, what do you think you can do individually and collectively this season?
I would say, I'm going in with an open mind this year. Last year I was on a team with high expectations, a lot of great players, so there wasn't as much room for me to show off what I could do or to really impact the game. I kind of had to take like a lesser role because we had KD, Book, like they were the most important guys to get the ball and to make plays and stuff, obviously. So, with this team, we got Collin, Keyonte, Isaiah. I'm really going to be big on trying to get them open and trying to get them downhill because those guys are explosive. And that's just going to open up the gate for me for dump-offs and stuff like that. But really just, just expanding my game a little bit more. I'm going to have a lot more responsibility than I had last year, which I know I'm ready for. I've been ready for. And, yeah.
Drew Bailey, I kind of want to expand on that a little bit too, because this league evolves pretty quickly, right? And players have to kind of adjust their games, if you will. As you look back on your entry into this league,
yeah,
what have you feel like you've done to kind of evolve and kind of keep up with this game and maybe add a little bit here or?
Yeah, so my shot for sure, I've always been able to shoot it well. I'm not necessarily put in the position to shoot a lot of threes or mid-ranges or whatever just because I set a lot of picks and I'm better at rolling right now than I am shooting, but I can shoot. If you look at some of the numbers I've had over, like last year I was 3 for 3. I know it's three shots, but it's 100%. And every time I've shot it, I've always felt like it's had a good chance of going in. And this summer I spent a lot of time on that because I know just being able to be kind of a Swiss Army knife at the 5 position, that's huge. So, like I said, last year was kind of not a good representation of what I can do, in my opinion. I feel like this year with more freedom, I'll be able to show a little bit more of what I can do in terms of handling the ball, making plays, passing, just being more involved.
I know that you spent a little bit of time at Summer League and were able to see some of the young guys. What have you seen since then in open gym the last couple of weeks that has maybe stood out to you?
I would say just the grittiness and competitiveness these guys have. The stuff we've been doing, I promise, has been like the hardest stuff we've been doing of my career in August and in September. Like just the amount of conditioning, the amount of lifting, and then playing afterwards. And what's been cool to see is how, even though it's been hard and guys have been tired by the time we start playing, it's still really competitive, and it's still guys getting up in each other, competing, arguing, and all the kind of stuff that comes with it. But that's been something that's been really rejuvenating to me to see.
Okay, thank you very much, Drew.
Thank you, guys.
what's up?
Can I leave this on?
Can you put it?
It's on over here.
What do you think? Or just put it on your desk?
Carol, just take that.
We're gonna leave it right here. All right, cool.
No, that's it.
All right, welcome, Bryce Sensabaugh. We're happy to have you here. Let's go ahead and just start with questions.
Hey Bryce, how you doing?
Good.
Talked to Will, and he said one of the things he's excited about is how you've changed your body this summer. Can you just kind of tell us what changes you make, like how different you are pounds wise, I guess, and how that's had an impact on your game so far?
Yeah, to be honest, really just I think it kind of started off like in the weight room. You know, I made, I think, big jumps in my strength and stuff like that, and, you know, upper body and lower body. So, you know, that kind of changed, I guess, like some fat in the muscle, or like changed my body composition a little bit. And then, you know, after that, just kind of dropping a little bit of weight and just really fine-tuning stuff. Like, I don't want to change too much just because, you know, a lot of my body plays into a lot of my game. So, you know, I don't want to do anything drastic, but, you know, just keep maturing on that aspect. So I think I've done a fairly well job, but, you know, I have a long career ahead of me. So, you know, anything I can do, I'm going to do it.
With the changes that you're making, are you seeing differences on the court? Are you feeling that you're moving faster or moving different at all?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like explosiveness is the main thing. You know, being able to get off the ground quicker, being able to like move guys around a little bit easier and stuff like that. You know, I think that'll change a lot. Like getting to my spots in the game, and you know, I think, to be honest, really on the defensive side of the ball, it's helped me the most. You know, staying in front of guys that are faster than me, and also being able to use my body to stand my ground. So, you know, I think, you know, that was kind of like the main focus, being able to get stronger so I can, you know, use it to my advantage on that end of the floor.
Bryce, I think one of the things you showed us all is that you can score, and you can do it at your own pace. Is there any other nuances on the offensive end that you focused on this summer, maybe in different situations when you're not in an ISO or don't have the ball in your hands, that you worked on for this upcoming season to be better at?
Yeah, I think, you know, my passing ability is a little bit underrated. So, you know, I've continued to work on that, you know, continue to see the floor and kind of read the game and just learn, you know, from older guys, older coaches, you know, that have seen the game a lot longer than I have. And, you know, just to kind of teach me stuff that maybe I don't know. So, you know, I think, you know, my passing will take a big jump this year. Just being able to read the game, you know, like you said, my whole life I've scored the ball. So just being able to, like, read the clock, read the game. You know, there's a bunch of stuff. You go down a big rabbit hole about different ways and different things on the offensive end. But, you know, I just think I'm, you know, getting a little bit smarter on that end of the floor because, you know, you can always get better. So, you know, I'm just keep making a jump in that area.
Did Patty ask for number 8, and how did that all work out, and did he give you anything for it?
Yeah, he did ask for it. You know, obviously him being a 17-year vet, you know, I got to respect that. So, you know, we talked about it for a long time. And, you know, I think it kind of, you know, boosted our relationship, and we learned about each other a lot very quickly, you know, once he got signed. So, you know, I gave it to him. You know, something inside of me said, like something inside of me said to give it up just because of the respect. And, you know, I'm also big on my faith. And, you know, I have a lot of things that are like tied to me with the number 28. But, you know, I think, you know, God told me to give it up to him just because, you know, I wasn't really tied to the number, but, you know, aside from that, like, you know, I've learned always not to, like, hold tightly onto earthly things too much just because, you know, like, I believe that we have eternal life after, you know, this game of basketball. So, you know, just the number didn't really mean that much to me. So, you know, I was able to put whatever aside and just give it up to him, just because that's what I heard.
Hey, Bryce, great to see you. This time last year, rookie. 18, I think, and then you turned 19 in November.
Yeah.
So here we are again, year 2. Just curious, when you walk in here, how much different do you feel now being a vet, 2 years in? And were your comparison as a rookie and the confidence, or just knowing the system, what kind of different feelings do you have?
Yeah, surprisingly, it's a huge difference, man. Our team changed it a little bit in the offseason, and the bond that I built with the guys from last year was super strong. But aside from that, like just the level of confidence and the level of understanding that I have now with the team, not only the scheme, but just like the pace, the flow of the NBA game. I'm starting to understand it a little bit more, and
82.
yeah. So it feels good. Like I think this year, obviously, I'm looking to make a big jump, and I'm really confident that I can do so. So, I just continue to put in the work, and I think God willing, it'll be a big season for me.
Bryce, you spent a lot of time here this summer in the practice facility.
Mm-hmm.
What does it do for you to have to work with, the team coaches here that maybe some other guys who go elsewhere to work out or, do other things with their summer don't have? What does that give you?
Yeah, I think, it provides a little bit of a advantage just because, not an advantage against my teammates, but, just for me, like, being able to really know and understand, what the coaching staff and the front office want for me and want to see. So, I always have that in the back of my head, and, I can kind of mold my game around that a little bit. But yeah, man, it's been super fun summer. I've been in here most of the time. So, just the relationship that I've built with the coaches now and a lot of that stuff is growing. So it should be a fun year.
Bryce, what did you learn about Patty through those conversations?
Man, really a lot. Just, what number 8 meant to him and his family. Obviously that he's, been wearing it pretty much his whole career. He's like had to sacrifice and wear 88 or, 18 a couple times, but, I didn't want to be the guy to make him do that. So, but yeah, like I feel like, just like really as soon as we signed him, the equipment manager called me and, he let me know that, he wanted it. So I just told him to reach out, and we had, multiple conversations, and yeah, it's my guy now. Appreciate it.
Welcome, Johnny Juzang. Good to see you.
What's up,
We're going to go ahead
man?
and open up for questions.
Hey, Johnny, just tell us about kind of how your summer's been, especially over the last couple months since we've seen you, and how you feel you've worked on your game this year.
Yeah, it's been a great summer. I'm ready to get going here. A little bit too long, probably, for my preference. But no, it's been a great summer. A lot of great work. A lot of shots. Get a lot of shots up. Defense. Working on, because I think defense is a skill. So on-ball defense, beating screens, all that type of stuff. Getting the repetition at that too is important. And then a lot of work on the body. You keep building. Keep building a strong foundation to, carry you through a season is very important. So it's been a great summer. I'm excited.
Johnny, I can't remember if we've talked to you like officially on the record since the contract signing happened. Just can you talk us through the emotions of that and being able to sign a standard deal and knowing that you're going to have a home?
Yeah. Oh, no. I'm super excited for the season. Great opportunity. And look, I've loved my last couple of years here. So the development, just kind of the organization, it's been, super impactful for me as a player and also super enjoyable, going out there with this group of guys as well, like teammates, just kind of everything. So I was excited to be able to keep that going. And I've been, putting a lot of work in. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
John, a lot of times it's about the journey, right? I mean,
yeah.
Do you reflect on that a lot as you've gotten to this point? You just talked about, having a home, but talk about your journey here a little bit and how much you've kind of ridden that roller coaster but stuck with it.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, everybody's got their own path, their own journey. For me, whatever is maybe going on, I've always tried to just stick true to my principles. I'm a God-fearing man, so I just keep God first and, and keep the principles and everything like that, just staying true to those. So I've never, I get that question a lot, up and down or whatever. But I've just always tried to stay true to getting better, giving my best, giving my all, and then kind of just leaving the rest up, to the man above. So, no, I mean, to me, it's been great. I just kind of try to stay in the moment, not look back too much, not worry too much about the future, just be my best every day and affect the people around me as well.
Okay, thank you so much, John.
All righty, thanks, guys. Yep.
Welcome, Taylor. Happy to have you. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into questions, so go for it.
Hey, Taylor, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Let's talk numbers and then talk about your body, because Will told us that he thought that you'd gained about 20 pounds since the end of the season. So tell us about all the changes that have been happening.
That was like an emphasis for me heading into year 2. I really wanted to work on my body just because of, I know the role I'm going to be playing, and, I feel like my body is going to be a big part of that, my physicality. So, I really just took that challenge and, really worked on it.
Is 20 correct?
Yeah, it's around there for sure.
Around 20, 21?
Maybe like 17, 20.
Okay. And do you feel a difference on the court with the way that your body is changing?
For sure. I don't feel like any slower, but like I definitely do feel stronger. Because also with gaining that much weight, somebody has shown me I also lost a little bit of fat while gaining that weight. So I just feel great.
I need to tell you that I did the same thing during my career. I was 215. I came back the next season at 235, 240. However, it's a long season.
Yeah.
Right? My guess is that you're going to log a lot of minutes. So is there understanding that throughout the course of the season, you have to keep that strength? And I guess my question really is, how did you do it? What did you go through to put that much weight on?
I would just say pretty much just working out a lot. I spent a lot of time in Utah, and we worked out a lot. So just doing that, and then just also just eating a little bit more, like adding an extra meal, it goes a long way.
What is at the end of last year, you started those games, and what did you take from that experience of really getting to play a lot? And then especially, what did you take from that experience of defending some of the league's best perimeter players like you did in those last month or so?
I take it head on. Having those minutes at the end of the season was very important. And me knowing my role and knowing what I'm trying to be as a player. So, just having that ending off the season, I feel like is really important for me heading into year 2.
Taylor, good to see you. You do look good. Just a side note, this guy over here, 10,000 calories a day he would put down.
Oh, man.
So there you go.
That's crazy.
But it's got to be good food.
Yeah.
Hey, year 2, how do you feel different than this time last year? And you came in with 3 guys, and you guys are growing kind of together. And now you got 3 new ones. So it's youth. But I'm sure you understand that. But how do you mentally feel different from being a rookie now to a vet?
Number one thing I feel like is just confidence. I feel way more confident heading into year 2. Just having that year of experience under my belt, knowing what to expect, having, around the same group of guys and, the family close-knit bond that we have, I feel just ready. So.
Taylor, what does individually, what does a successful season look like in year 2?
Individually, I don't know. Just having our team win games, just doing whatever I can to, stop the other team's best player and just helping us win games, really.
On the court, what were some of the points of emphasis for you this summer? Things that you were really trying to do like deep dives on and really get at?
Other than my defense, I would say the one thing is my conditioning. I've worked really hard on that because, I feel like in the spot I am, you have to be in shape to, run around and guard, different players of different sizes and be able to crash the boards and run up and down the court. So conditioning was definitely, one of the first things on my list and things I wanted to improve.
With so many guys sticking around this summer, how did that help you, just bond as a team and kind of, become a professional in this league?
I feel like it was huge. It's always good when you can build that chemistry throughout the summer. Also having the young guys come on and, just spend a lot of time with them, pick their brains and, have them be comfortable with me, asking me questions or, because this is their first year. So, they're going to have questions. So just being that open ear for them.
Again, in that last part of the season, Lauri wasn't healthy. And so guys had to play without him. What does playing with him do for you in your game?
He makes the game a lot easier,
a 7-footer that could shoot, like, you know, you can use that anywhere. So just having him, it eases up things defensively and also eases up things offensively, just because he draws so much attention because of how great of a player he is.
Okay, thanks so much, Taylor.
Thanks, Taylor.
Thank you. We don't do media up here every time.
Well, it's not available. Welcome, Keyonte. We're excited to have you here today. We're going to go ahead and go straight to questions.
Hey, Key, good to see you again.
What's going on?
I'm wondering what it's been like to have Patty Mills in the building for you.
He taught me some new lingo, taught me this. Nah, it's good though. Obviously with his experience, won a championship, obviously, with some of the best to ever play the game, and played the game the right way as a group. And that's kind of what we want our identity to be. Obviously, y'all hear boss man, pass the ball, play together, play as one. Most of the time, the teams that do that have a good chance of winning. So if we can try to implement that style of play with our talent and our ability to, maybe beat our man, we could be a really phenomenal team when it comes to moving the ball and playing the right way. And then at times, the right guys are attacking and making the right reads, every single time.
During Summer League, I know that one of the big emphases was like on all the boards and everything, you had like the defensive numbers from last season. And I'm wondering, you internalized that over the summer and thought about what you specifically can do to be better defensively?
Oh, yeah, a lot. Last year I was, at the point of attack. Especially guarding the point guards. But, we all know what last year was like. And, credit to Scott. He's been on us, a lot. But, it's for the better of the team. And I think we're all, buying into, what our scheme will be or, how we'll guard certain players or, what we want our team defense to look like, on a night-to-night basis. So I think, especially with us being young, and most of us maybe will still be in college, we would have to buy into, what the head coach would want anyways. So I think it's real easy for us to, fall into place when it comes to that. And then I think the older guys will start to feel the energy and then we'll just all come together and then, it will be a completely different team when it comes to that side of the ball.
How did last season and settling into the starting point guard role kind of influence how you approached this offseason and what you chose to work on going into the new season?
Yeah, I think going into the summer, before Summer League, just really, trying to get stronger, trying to find ways to get faster, get quicker. And as far as on the court, working on my pace, worked on a lot of pick and roll stuff, with Chris. Worked on the biggest emphasis, from Will to me was, just being on balance every time. You see all these guys shoot fadeaways and all these runners and leaning floaters, but I think it starts, with being balanced. Once you start balanced, you're able to then make those type of shots because, we all got touch. I believe in my touch around the rim, so that's definitely been the biggest emphasis, and then just trying to
learn the game even more. I think Summer League was a great opportunity for me to work on some of the reads that I was working on, with the coaches. And the game definitely slowed down for me a lot. So now it's time to, really play against the big dogs, continuing to, have the game slow down in my mind, and continue to be confident what I've been working on throughout the whole summer.
Key, I got a sense that toward the latter part of last season, it felt like Coach decided to throw you right into the fire. I mean, I think I noticed times when he allowed you to just go out and make your mistakes, go out and get tired. You ain't coming out when you feel like you want to. And I felt like it was kind of a message priming you for this coming season to give you more responsibility. Is that a right assessment on my part?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I can definitely pinpoint a time, the Golden State game where there's been plenty of times where I thought I was going to come out and almost playing the whole second half, I think. But, that's been another part of my development. I think Will texts me every 6 days telling me to get in shape, and he sees me come in here and run every day. But that's definitely been a big emphasis. Obviously, now we got our guy back, Lauri, so now it's time to take that jump. And for me, my whole thing for the summer was take that jump for the older guys. I don't want to go through what we went through last year, have up and downs. I'm trying to, stay level-headed. But Will he definitely did prepare me. And he kind of let the message be known at the end of the year that, this is the role that you need to step into, and really just accept it. And, I think JC has done a good job also talking to me as far as, stepping into that skin. That's what he says, as far as, accepting it, and then just be that, what Will wants me to be, the constant communication between me and Will, communication with the team, communication with Lauri, just taking that jump in every aspect. So the message was loud and clear, and this summer I definitely took it upon myself to really listen to that message and apply it, to my game and really prepare myself for this year.
How have you helped the 3 rookies that are coming in as they prepare for their first year?
Obviously I had a relationship with Kyle already, just as far as USA stuff, 3x3. I was able to spend some time with Isaiah in LA. We were in the same agency. And then Cody, obviously watched him more and more when, started to realize that he would have a chance to come to our team. But I just been really, tell them all the little stuff. Like, it might sound crazy, but, tell them to keep their locker clean. Just, being on the court on time. Just little stuff that everybody knows about. But, that could go a long way. It shows, organization within yourself. And then, it carry on. They don't understand how many things that you could do off the court can really carry on to your playing time and the trust that you can get with the coaching staff. But, obviously I was able to have the opportunity to kind of start early. On my birthday in November. So just, telling them what my experience was like, obviously telling them the experience of all the travel and trying to prepare them the most I can. So when the time comes, they already, know how to attack those things. But they're all great ball players. They all know what they need to do on the court. They all know, what their strengths are. So I just been trying to give them, little things. Like I said, have your locker clean, be organized. If you don't know what's going on, ask questions. And it's also helped me step into almost a leadership role, using my voice more, being comfortable, sharing my thoughts. So I'm excited, and they've also made me better in a lot of aspects for sure.
It's a great answer. Keyonte, just to follow up on that, you came in as a rookie with Bryce and Taylor and yourself. Obviously, just speaking today, you can tell how much you've grown. But you never played the point guard position. How much until last year? Are you now, in your own mind, are you now comfortable and maybe accepting of what that is and what the Jazz need you to do, and accepting that role as a point guard?
Yeah. You got it spot on. Obviously, last year going into the point guard role for the first year, my basketball career was definitely a different adjustment. But I think now I've definitely accepted that role as far as,
understanding when guys need to get in rhythm in certain possessions, when Lauri needs the ball, when JC comes in the game, when he needs the ball, what plays are his most efficient plays? What are Lauri's most efficient plays? What are some plays that can get some ball movement? Okay, what are some plays that now can get me downhill, maybe to my right or my left hand? Now I know maybe I can manipulate the game, maybe put Lauri in the right corner if I'm going left. Now I'm able to see that tag read way easier. Or maybe it's putting Lauri's strong side. Now I'm able to get to my right hand. Now I'm making a read on the backside, or I'm able to get to my float. So it's been a learning process this whole summer, but I've definitely accepted it, and I'm definitely taking it to an extreme level as far as being locked in on what Will wants, and also being that medium as far as what the players are saying as well. Now we can all come together as one. At the end of the day, we all have, a common denominator, which is winning. So if I can be, that extra voice for Will, that voice for Lauri, I think we'll be in great shape if I can, take that jump, like I said, and put us in positions to win. Obviously Lauri's going to put us in position, and he's going to take over the game. I'm very confident in that. So I'm just trying to, be that guy that keeps everybody calm, cool, trying to, not show too many emotion, try to be that guy that's level-headed and can bring the team together in moments that we want to be in.
As you do your film study and do pick and roll with Chris and everything else, what's one thing that you can either remove from your game to up your efficiency, or you can add to your game to up your efficiency to kind of, give yourself that next jump next year?
Obviously, high percentage shots. I'm sure y'all are really locked in with the analytics as far as the mid-range shot. But watching playoff basketball, there's times where you got to get to certain things, and that's what you work on throughout the whole year. So when you get to moments like that, maybe fourth quarter, okay, big isn't dropped now. Now I'm able to get to my pull-up. That's where the balance come in play. That's where, everything is, locked in, and, the habits come into play. Now everything feels the same as far as you're working out. But I think, Summer League, I was able to get to the free throw line. So I think if I can make that carry over throughout the season, I think I'll be way more efficient. And then, trying to get easies, catch and shoots, try to play a little bit faster. So maybe I could be my guy off the dribble. So I think pace will definitely help with my efficiency. But also, like I said before, making sure guys are in rhythm. So now when it's my opportunity to attack, guys may hug up, or the read is way easier to see just because I'm able to, manipulate the defense in a way to where now I got them almost kind of doing what we want them to do as a team. But I think it's going to be all about my habits on every shot, and getting easy ones whenever I can.
Okay, we haven't been in open gym or seen you guys working out, and so I'm wondering what you've seen out of Kyle, Cody, Isaiah, these new guys, just over the summer. That has maybe stood out?
Well, I was just going to start with Cody. I think, obviously coming in, kind of wanting to show your skill set, but I think the best thing about Cody is that he's able to blend in. You might not know that he's out there, but he's making the right play. He's in help side, using his voice. He's just blending in with the flow of the game. He's not taking, an outlandish shot because he hasn't touched it in a minute. If he doesn't have a shot, he's off of it. So I think that's the best thing about him right now, being able to fit and play the game the right way. We all know about Isaiah, fast, strong. I think the shooting will surprise a lot. He's been in the gym. I've been in his ear a lot, kind of just telling him I had knocks about my game. So whatever knocks that people say you have, just continue to hit those things every day. But I think him, being a true point guard, he's even helped me a lot. Which he's able to pass the ball really well, some passes I've never seen before or thought could get through in open gym. But I'm excited to see, where he goes. And then Kyle, obviously I knew a lot about Kyle. I mean,
obviously he came in a little, I wouldn't say nervous, but just trying to do the right thing. And I kind of told him, like, it's not what you're here for. Like, I know what you can do. You can put the ball on the floor. You can shoot it, post up. Like, you're versatile. You can do it. You can do a lot of things. That's when I was telling him in summer league, you get the rebound, I'll run for you. You can push. So I think Kyle is going to show that he has a lot to his game, and he's going to be a matchup problem for sure. If he plays small ball 5 and go 4, he can get us in the offense. So it's a lot of things that Kyle can do that can help us play winning basketball. So I'm really excited for that one.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yep.
we'd like to welcome Kyle Filipowski. Thank you so much for joining. And we're going to go ahead and open up for questions.
Kyle, just tell us kind of what you've been up to this summer since we saw you last in Summer League.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, nonstop working out here every day. I'm just trying to get my roots settled here, with getting a house, getting a car, things like that. And then, yeah, like I said, I've just been here pretty much the last 2 months, just working out Monday through Friday and just trying to get better in my game, get best prepared as I can going into the season.
Jordan Clarkson was extremely complimentary to you during his session. What have you shown during these open gyms?
Yeah, I mean, JC, he came a couple weeks ago, so haven't really gotten to play with him much. I played with him in an open gym one time, I think, but I just had a pretty good day playing alongside him. It was good. We got to build that team chemistry playing alongside one another. I just, I asked him what he needed from me. I was ready to shoot the ball when he passed to me and made sure I made it. Just something that just things like that. So he could really rely on me and trust me when he needs my help.
When Keyonte was in here, we were talking about you also, and he had mentioned that he's known you for a while and he's seen you play, and that he felt like you came in during Summer League maybe a little bit timid, or at least trying to do the right thing all the time. And he was like, I just want him to open up because I know that he can be so much better. Has he shared that with you and been trying to tell you to maybe be a little bit more assertive?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just telling me to, go out there and play my game, just play free. That's something I did with him too. I just, when I was on his team, I'd ask him, what do you need from me? Like in this situation, we can do this. I can make your life easier. You can make my life easier. Just stuff like that. And when I really put my energy and my focus on my teammates and do things like that, it really helps me get outside of myself and get away from that timidness that I experienced when I first got here. Trying to do like everything perfect and stuff, but obviously you realize, you got to play through those mistakes, and, you're going to make those mistakes, and it's okay. And, it's a big change in your life.
Where does your skill set fit into this offense? What do you feel like kind of stands out about your game that you can apply to the NBA like immediately?
Yeah, I mean, definitely being a big that can space the court, and just be ready to knock down the 3 too. I think kind of just opening up the offense, opening up the paint for the rest of the guys on the offensive side. That's a big thing moving forward. And whether I'm playing the 4 or the 5, kind of just being more that mobile big that can do several different things depending on who I'm matched up against, and also on the defensive side, whether we want to go small ball, switch 1 through 5, or kind of just be that versatile player that whatever the coaches need, I'm going to try to do for them.
Where's your jump shot? I mean, obviously, we've seen you shoot, you can make it, but where is it in terms of your development and priorities, I guess, and how much better do you want to get shooting the ball, especially from three-point range? Yeah, I mean, it's a huge priority for me. I think I think the coaches have made it clear it's a pretty big priority for them too. I think I don't think the Jazz were that good with shooting threes last year, percentage-wise. So if I can definitely come in and try to up that percentage, that's good for me, to get out there and play more on the court, but also good for, the team and the overall success. So it's a huge priority for me. I've been working on that every day, all summer, just so many different things with, Coach Mike out there. And I think I've gotten a lot more confident. I got a lot more consistent with it, and it's going really well.
The organization has been pretty clear that they're pushing for this youth movement. How exciting is it for you to be involved in that, to have that confidence, like, okay, we're going to all get a shot here?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I'm trying to go into this without, expecting anything or or having these levels of expectation, because I think that can just also create negativity if things don't go to plan. And because I've never been through this before, I don't really know what to expect. So I'm trying to go in with as much of an open mind as possible. Just come in ready to work every day. Come in with a positive attitude, things like that. And like you said, having that opportunity, that's a really great thing for me, and I know I don't take that lightly, and I'm gonna, keep working and prove myself to them that it's worth taking that chance.
Is it surreal to kind of be in the building and playing alongside someone like Patty Mills?
It is. First day where I met him too, I'm like, he's obviously, he's in his 30s, but so in the NBA you would consider him old. So it was a bit of, like you said, a surreal moment, just realizing I got a teammate that's probably like 15 years older than me or something.
And just as old as your coach.
Yeah.
Maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, but there's a chance you could spend time in the G League this year, along with the NBA, obviously. How do you look at that possibility as something that could happen, and what's your attitude towards that chance?
Yeah, like I said, I think just going into this with as much of an open mind as possible is the best thing for me, best thing for everyone really. And the coaches, they have reasons for sending guys to the G League, and I don't look at it as a bad thing. You get more minutes, you get more opportunity to develop, in games, things like that. So I think in the long run, it can really help myself, but also the team, get myself better prepared for the NBA. So I think it's kind of just up to, the coaches and what they see best for, the team, for me, and that vision moving forward. And, whatever that is, I'm all in on it.
Okay, thank you so much, Pat.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We gotta keep that standard.
Right. Up there.
You just leave them hot.
Hi, Isaiah. Welcome.
How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Good.
Thank you,
Good to
thank
see
you.
you. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into questions.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, welcome. Tell us about your summer since we saw you last in Summer League, what you've been up to, what you've been working on.
It's been a long summer. I've been out here the whole summer. So, first and foremost, I just been enjoying it all, just being a part of the organization. Just working out a lot, just getting better, striving to be great, just trying to get better every day. So that's one of the biggest things for me.
I wonder how your shot has been developing over the course of the off season, and are there any tweaks that you've been making or anything like that?
Nah, it's just reps, to be honest. Just staying consistent with the jump shot, shooting the same shot every single time. So I put up a lot of reps this summer, and looking forward to showing the jump shot off.
Where do you feel like your skill set fits in the offense that the Jazz run, just based on what you've seen and what the coaches have told you? And
definitely just being a true point guard. I think that's the biggest thing. I didn't really get the showcase for real in college, I'll say. Just being a true point guard. I feel like I'm a great passer. IQ is very high, so that's what I'm looking forward to, just bringing to the team, just being a true PG. And just guarding, playing defense.
It seems like a lot of guys have been here all summer.
Mm-hmm.
How has that helped you guys kind of just develop chemistry early?
We young, so everybody's around each other. I feel like that's what younger people do. That's how they grow. Together. Just being around each other. So just being around each other. Every single day, throughout the week, and going to football games and stuff like that. It's been fun for sure.
asking you to look in your crystal ball a little bit, but what does playing with a player like Lauri and the shooting ability and spacing ability that he gives to the floor do for your game?
I mean, 7 foot spacing the floor off. I mean, I think that's, hard to guard for sure. Being, that point guard likes to get downhill, him being spaced out, I think he'll help, each other, to be honest. So, I mean, looking forward to it.
We were talking to Jordan Clarkson earlier, and he said he's been impressed with your passing in some open gym runs that he's been in. Like, just you'll make a pass that he didn't think could get through and did get through. Is that part of your game that you want to show off, or is it that kind of creativity that you want to show?
I feel like I always had it, to be honest. I don't think people just seen it as much. But I mean, I guess you guys see this year for sure.
What does a successful season look like for you?
Successful season? I definitely say just getting on the floor. Being able to do whatever I have to do to help the team win. And that's a successful season for me.
Isaiah, where do you think that you are right now as a defender?
Right now as a defender, I feel like I'm capable to guard any point guard. To be honest, just being strong. I think that's one of my biggest attributes, just being able to be strong. Using my body to try to throw defenders off as well. Just being physical and just IQ piece of just knowing what most offensive players is gonna do. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Juzang.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. We're going to go ahead and get started with any questions that we may have.
Hey, I'm Andy Larson, Salt Lake Tribune. Kind of tell us why you ended up with the Jazz and kind of what that process was like for you.
You know, how I came, I came just from Singapore, you know, coming in. I feel like I only played one game over there in San Francisco before I went to Singapore. But I feel like after Singapore, I came talking to my agent, just finding the best opportunity for me. And the Utah, they just they called my agent, said they wanted me, and they showed me that they really came to like show like progress in me and just try to develop me. So I really appreciate that, and that's why I came here.
So you only played one game in Singapore, or?
Nah, I played it was you know, the G League Ignited thing.
Yeah.
I mean, like United. So I got injured. I rolled my ankle, but I played in one game in San France. So then when I went to Singapore, I caught COVID, so I couldn't play in the tournament. So
That's quite a run.
Yeah, it was crazy, but I played one game out of 5, so you know, I hope it was that one game changed something, but probably not. But it helped a little bit.
It's a good batting average.
Yeah, I had a good game, you know. All right,
Thanks, Isaiah.
Woo. Quick and easy.
Hello, Cody, welcome. Glad to see you here. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into questions,
All
okay?
right.
Hey, Cody, tell us, just about, we saw you on Summer League, obviously, but your summer since then, you've been spending most of it here, and kind of what have you been focusing on or working on most in those last couple months?
Yeah, for the most part, I've been here. I went home for, I think it was Labor Day weekend that just passed. So I went home for that. But really focused on just staying here, obviously getting stronger, getting used to lifting and, you know, practicing at the NBA level. And really my biggest focus has just been learning as much as I can, like learning a lot of the terminologies, the calls, the reads. So for me, just talking to a bunch of the older guys that have been here, that's kind of been like my focus that way. You know, starting training camp, starting season, you know, I'm good with the terminologies, the coverages, and all that stuff. Obviously, I still have a lot to learn, but just kind of try and get a step ahead.
Who are the players that have kind of helped you out in that area, and what have they been telling you?
I think the good thing about our team is that really it's anyone on the team. I really talk to anyone. I could talk to, you know, Jordan Clarkson if I mess up like a ball screen coverage or how to come off ball screen better. Talk to Walk, defensive coverages. Even Svi, you know, this is his first year with the Jazz, but he's been in the league for 7 years. So it's like he knows the coverages and kind of just guides me through it. Talk to Keyonte, talk to Taylor because, you know, he was in a similar position last year as me. You know, both of those guys were, you know, now they're in their second year, but they're in my position a year ago. So really anyone on the team I'm comfortable talking to and they're comfortable teaching me. So I think that's the beauty of it.
Cody, do you have any sort of like a scale that you're looking at for the early part of the season where, or maybe not a scale, but like, are there short-term goals for you? Like, okay, in the early part of the season, this is what I want to have figured out. This is what I want to accomplish.
I think for me, it's kind of weird just because I haven't been in the NBA, so I really, like, to be honest, I don't know what to expect. Like, it's way different from high school going to college than it is like college going to the NBA. So for me, I think just my biggest goal is getting more comfortable and just getting, you know, learn a lot more. Like, I want to see like a, you know, a noticeable progression from, you know, my reads and how I read the game from the start of the season to the end of the season, and just, you know, how much I learn, you know, on the floor, on and off the floor. So for me, the biggest thing is just like I want to make sure that I learned a lot more from the beginning of the season than I did at the end.
You battled the injuries a little bit at Colorado. How did that kind of, you know, rehabbing through those injuries and getting healthy again, how does that kind of influence your conditioning and preparation for your first NBA season?
I think the biggest thing is mental toughness, just knowing how to deal with injuries, how to deal with, you know, being off the court, because injuries are just a part of the game. Obviously, you want to prevent that as much as possible, but, you know, sometimes accidents happen. So for me, just staying mentally tough
and also learning different ways to take care of my body, things I can do better to, better prepare myself to be on the court so I could play healthy and free. So I think just learning more about my body and how to take care of it, and then taking that over here, and then also, learning from our strength coaches how I can, and our trainers, how I can take care of my body.
Cody, in open gym, what have you noticed that translates from your game from Colorado, and what doesn't translate? Like what needs to get better?
I think the thing that translates the best is really just versatility, especially because with the group of guys we have, a lot of guys can play a lot of different positions. So I think it's a good fit for me to be able to kind of play multiple positions, play off the ball, play on the ball if you need to. If we need to get a set for another guy and need me to run point, I can do that. Or if they need me off the ball, be ready to space the floor. That's something I can do. So I feel like just the versatility and, having such a great group of guys who are so talented kind of allows me to just play my game and play any spot they need me to be.
Is Open Gym a way higher level than Summer League? Is it significantly different, or?
I'd say they're both super competitive. I mean, our open gyms it's not like where you go watch on YouTube and you go see open runs and everyone's just kind of, going one-on-one the whole time. It's like we're running sets, plays, we're, talking. It's competitive. We're picking up full court. So for us, like our open scrimmages are, just the same as practice, how we're going at it. So I think both of those are really competitive, but we try to simulate game-like, situations when we do these open scrimmages by picking up full court, pressuring the ball, talking. So it's just highly competitive.
What's it been playing with the the veterans who have been here, Lauri, and I think JC's been here the last couple of weeks.
So you say that again, the first part.
What has it been like for you playing with the veterans who have been here? Lauri's been here, JC just came the last couple of weeks. Like, what is playing with those guys you'll be playing with during the regular season? What have you learned about their games? How does that help you?
I think just learning, how they can score and how I can help the team kind of just with my versatility, spacing the floor, that creates gaps for them and allows them to get downhill. And I think they've just taught me so much, just especially in this short amount of time, just how to play off the ball, the reads I need to make, the defensive coverages. So I think all that will, help me transition when regular season starts.
Do you feel like your decision-making is one of your better assets? The reason I ask is because when Keyonte was in here, he had mentioned that one of the things that he really likes about playing with you is that you blend in, which is, like, not a bad thing. He meant it as, like, he passes the ball to you. He knows that if you don't have a shot, you're going to get off of it really quick. Mm-hmm. And he knows that you're going to make the right decision every time that you get the ball. Do you feel like that's one of your bigger assets?
Oh, for sure. Especially, coming in as a rookie, there's guys who are, more experienced and, know how to get to their spots and have been, playing basketball for way longer than I have. So I think for me, just being able to make the simple reads is important. Like, if I have a mismatch, obviously I'm going to take it and attack. But also reading, hey, Lauri has a small on him. I'm going to swing the ball one more and get him in the post. He has someone 6 foot guarding him. So I think just definitely that, being able to make those smart reads and just a simple plays is huge.
Cody, who are the leaders in open gym because the coaches can't be there? So who's, like, telling you what the sets are and what type of stuff you're trying to run?
It's really whoever has the ball, if I'm being honest. Like, if Keyonte has the ball, he's calling it out. Collin has the ball, he's calling the set or telling us where to go, what defensive coverage. If Lauri wants to play, then he's going to call out a set and we're going to run it. So it really just depends on, who has the mismatch or who we think has a better opportunity to score, create an advantage, and then, that person kind of speaks up and then we play from there.
Getting used to Utah and living in Utah a little bit, what's something you've learned about your new home and something you've enjoyed about being here?
I think part I enjoy about it the most is that's kind of quiet, a little more low-key. Just in terms of during season, I won't really be hounded or, won't have to deal with a whole lot of stuff. It kind of allows me to just focus on basketball. So I think that's big for me, especially rookie year, coming into the NBA. Like, being able to go somewhere where I can just focus and lock in on basketball is huge for me.
All right, thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason, welcome. Good to see you.
How you doing?
Great, thank you. Thanks for coming. We're going to go ahead and just jump into the questions now.
Hey, Jason. One of the big parts of your summer was actually that you got married, and I'm wondering what that experience was like, because I know that it was kind of special going to Jamaica to do that, right?
Yeah, it was awesome. My family's actually from Jamaica, so basically everybody got to go down there for that, and then my wife's family and friends, a lot of them got to make it as well. So it was a special experience.
Was it particularly meaningful because that's where your mom is from, right?
Yes, 100%. That was actually one of the big factors that we wanted to get it over there as well. We had a poster there with her as well in the front row, so I'm very happy we can get that done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
As far as the summer goes, basketball-wise, what did that look like for you on the court, off the court? Were you here for most of the time? What did it look like?
Yeah, so I had that wedding. Missed a little bit of summer league for that, but right after that I was back here working out, and all before that I was working out as well. But I've really worked a lot on my shooting, and then just little parts of my game, like tightening up my handle. Probably those two main aspects is what I've solely focused on, but I've been getting it every day. I'm excited for the year.
What does having a full training camp with the Jazz do for your ability to fit in rather than coming in the middle of the year like last year?
It's amazing. I mean, first of all, I know everybody I'm dealing with, like players, coaches, and everybody. You know, coming in middle of the year, bouncing back and forth from the G League and the Jazz, you know, you don't even know half people's names as you're going through stuff. So just a little bit more familiarity with players, coaches, the playbook. Like, I just feel a lot more comfortable now, you know.
All right, thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you.
I don't know. I can't have stuff in my teeth for this kind of stuff. My wife would kill me.
All right. Hello, Micah. Good to see you. We're going to go ahead and just jump right into questions. Thanks.
Hey, Micah. I want to ask like a lot about the Team USA experience,
Sure.
but can I first ask about where Cooper Flagg is as a player and prospect right now?
He's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously he's young, and I think the biggest thing for him is physical development. I think that's pretty evident, but his confidence level and skill level it surprised everyone, and I mean everyone, like coaches, players. It was very evident that he was legit. So I hope he does well. I hope he stays healthy, because I think he'll be a lot of fun to play with or against in the NBA for a long time.
What does like being in that scenario do for you as a player and your confidence coming into this year?
It does so much. So going into that situation, first of all, because I had no idea it was even going to happen, so it was kind of a last second thing. So going in there, I was like not really sure what it was going to be or how it was going to be.
so that first day I was really kind of just trying to figure things out and what my role was going to be, what they wanted me to do, because it was a little bit different than a normal select team situation. But I would say by day 2 was when I started to kind of figure things out a little bit as far as like how it was going to be. And so then I could just really embrace it and just have fun and enjoy it and be competitive. And so from there, like because in Vegas, there really wasn't a whole lot of reps for us, the 3 of us that were traveling. But after that, everything opened up and it was just us. So like there was a lot of reps in practice and in games, obviously, too. So being able to go there, play against those guys in practice, like they're the best players in the world and some of them ever. And so being able to show that I can play in that kind of an environment kind of proved that I belonged. I already had the belief that I belonged in the NBA, but like playing against those guys in that kind of an environment was just the icing on the cake. Like I belong here.
Did you get a medal?
Not yet.
But you're supposed to?
I don't know. It was kind of like an up in the air situation. Because again, like going into the whole thing, like I didn't know if we were even going to dress, let alone play. And so like I didn't find out that I was dressing until he's the director, Sean Ford, like texted me like at noon the day of the first game in Vegas, like, oh yeah, you guys are going to dress. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So like walking in there, like I'm going to dress, like I've got the Team USA jersey with my name on it. That's enough. But then the fourth quarter comes around, we're up big, and I'm like, and then they start calling us. I'm like, oh shoot, here we go. So I really didn't know what to expect. So I was told that there's a chance that I might get a medal. I'm not expecting one. The trip alone itself was enough. But I got some cool tokens, like the whole team signed my one white jersey that I wore in the games that I played in, and then LeBron gave me a pair of his game-worn shoes with a note to me because we're both from Northeast Ohio. So we kind of made that connection and kind of had a little bond over that. So I got a lot of good trophies from that. If I got a medal, that would be unreal. But I think how the Olympics work, like not even the coaches get medals. So I don't know if Team USA normally makes them a medal like later on, but then you won't be able to get like the Eiffel Tower in it. So it's not really a real medal. But like I said, the experience itself was amazing, and I got some cool trophies from it. So I'm happy regardless.
What was the conversations like with your family when you first found out that you were going?
Just stunned. Because again, like I had no idea. I had no previous connection with Team USA. And it's just one of those things, like I was going into year 4, and normally the select team guys are like kind of first or second year guys, and they're kind of the more prominent names. Like I was like, okay, like how do I fit into this? But I guess it was through Wojo was the initial connection because he's got a lot of USA connections. And I guess he recommended me for it, and because they wanted a guy that was going to be able to be competitive, play hard, and also was going to be as low maintenance as possible. So not asking questions, not causing problems, just kind of being there on time, doing what I'm supposed to do. So that's kind of how it worked. But my family, like when I told them, they were just like, what in the world? Like, because at that point, the team had already been selected. So like everyone knew who was on the team. So they were just going nuts. And so there's a lot of intimate details that happened, but it was just kind of stunned. They were stunned. They were in awe, happy, excited. Like there's so many emotions that go into it.
Finally, I want to ask, you mentioned like that day 2, you kind of figured it out, and then there were moments where you're like, okay, I belong, I can play against these guys. Are there moments that stick out in your head, like a specific play or something where you're like, yeah, I got that one?
Yeah. I mean, in practice, there were multiple situations. Like in Abu Dhabi, for example, pretty much my role, what it was if guys, because like Joel was on a low-key minute restriction coming off of his surgery, so in practice. And so there was one situation where he had to come out for a couple of plays just to let his knee rest. And I went in and I played. I was guarding LeBron, and I'm not going to give details, but I guarded LeBron in a very confident and good way, to the point where like nothing, like screw it. I made him turn the ball over, and he tried to post me up, couldn't back me down, and it's LeBron James. He's like one of the strongest dudes in the NBA. And then go down the next possession. I actually had to flip teams because AD got a big cut on his arm. So I flipped over to their team, and I was playing with them. And they get it out, in transition, draw a foul, get a couple assists, set good screens, like things like that. Like I was never the guy, obviously, on that team, but just being able to fill a role and like the speed of the game, the physicality, being able to play in that and be confident in that. I would say that. But then the biggest thing for me that was kind of like, wow, this is really cool, was my first shot that I hit in Vegas. That was kind of like, because again, I had no idea I was going to play. I go in there, Drew hits me in the corner,
And you drill that stuff over and over and over again. So it was kind of a second nature thing just to shoot the ball. But then it went in. And so that was kind of the thing where I was like, okay, here we go. Like, settle down, just enjoy the whole situation.
People say there's like a different level of preparation or whatever it is for those top guys. Is that, first of all, is that real? Is that true? Is that something you noticed? And if so, like what in particular? did you notice?
Absolutely. Okay. So just because there were a lot of guys that I was trying to watch, Steph, KD, and LeBron were the big ones, right? Just because they've been around the longest, they were kind of like the OG or vets on that team. KD was a little bit different because he was hurt early on, so he was just kind of doing rehab stuff. But LeBron and Steph, the work they put in. So LeBron, like, he is on the training table getting work done 90 minutes, like a total of 90 minutes before practice. He does it again after practice. And like, so the way he takes care of his body, and then it was funny, I was talking with a security guard, just talking about how like he sleeps, but it's more of naps than like long periods of time. So like he'll sleep for like 3 hours and then be up, and then he'll sleep for another 3 hours and then be up. Like, it's kind of a weird situation. It works for him. He's, for as long as he's played and as well as he's played for that long, like, good for him. I don't know if I could do that, but it works for him. Steph, very similar thing. He's on the table very early, getting work done, taking care of his body. But then afterwards, his shooting routines that he goes through post-practice are awesome. And that's something that I tried to model after him, was just because his pace is incredible. Every rep that he does is either game speed or faster to make things in games slower. So, and it's depending on, how tough the practice was, whether there's a game the next day or not, the routine changes a little bit. But every rep is game speed or faster. He does this, at minimum, it's like 30 minutes. And it's so fun to watch just because his shooting is incredible. So the amount of shots that he hits in a row are awesome from all these different movement situations. It was so fun to watch. But I would say those are the biggest things that I picked up. And so, yes, it's very real, like the preparation these guys have.
All right. Thank you so much, Micah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank
Good to see
you.
We're going to go ahead and just jump right into questions, if that works for you.
Hi, Oscar. I'm Sarah from the Deseret News. First, I would love for you to pronounce your name so that I don't mess it up.
Oscar Tshiebwe.
Tshiebwe?
T in silence, yes.
Great. Tell us how this opportunity came about for you to come to the Jazz.
Well, thank God. This opportunity was kind of like a gift, so I cannot take for granted. And I'm here to try to work hard and to try to help the team the best I can.
Why are you such a good rebounder?
Because I always the one the most than everybody. You know, when you want something the most than everybody, you have a likely chance to get it than the people who just think they can just get it. I fight a lot for those rebounds, and I study. When I went home, I just sit down and study what position I should be. When somebody shoots, where I have to be. One thing people do is they wait when somebody shoots, then they can chase the ball. I don't do that. I put myself where I know the ball gonna just come in my hands. So it's the IQ and effort.
How would you say that your game has changed over the last couple of years?
The game is getting better. I'm new in this game, so I think that being part of Utah is they got a younger coach who always there helping us, talking to us, watching a lot of film. So my game is getting changed now, moving when the basketball court to know where you're supposed to be at the right time, know when to say ball screen and roll, defense, all these things is getting better, especially here. It's almost a month and a half I've been here for the summit training. I feel like I already got a lot of better. So I think the more time I spend here, practice, I think I will continue and grow, and I'll be great.
Can you tell me more about that study of rebounds that you do? Like, if someone shoots it from the left elbow, let's say, like, where is the rebound most likely to be?
Most of the time, I watch people when they release the ball.
Okay.
You know where they release. You know if it's short. You know if it's long. You know if you're gonna bounce up and down. So when you shoot, for example, you shoot from this corner right here, and I watch from your wrist to see if he was short or he's gonna long. He's gonna be bounce up and back. So I put myself in a place where nobody can really push me, and somebody trying to come and push you, you gotta meet them first. So you stay right there. It is just IQ and effort. Make sure you get there. Sometimes it doesn't end up by the way I want it to be. But even if fly this way, I put myself in a place where even if go back over there, I have a room and time to fight to go get it. He just says something, just fight. I learned from Dennis Rodman. He was a beast. And Karl Malone too, so it was good.
Okay, so if it's like, just getting into this, if it's a corner three and you think it's short, you'll be on the short side, and if you think it's long, you'll run to the long side?
Normally, is when you shoot from this corner, so 75%, 70%, it's likely if they miss a shot, it's going this way. And the 20% is probably like going back this way. Likely, it's a bounce happen back from the corner is not a lot of high chance, might be 10%, 15%. So I can position myself in a 70% when I know the ball might go. But I always read the hand when they release. If it's short, if it's long, if it's this. So I put myself in the best place where I know I can get that ball. And when you put yourself down there, the NBA people are big. When they're coming, they can push you underneath the rim. Make sure I know when they're coming, I meet with them so they don't move where I position myself. He just IQ and just read all the time.
So, I mean, a lot of players want to be good rebounders, but probably don't study it to that degree, right?
Yes.
Why do you think you have studied it to a higher degree than, like, what originally got you thinking about rebounding in that way?
I went to the high school, we were really bad, and I just started playing basketball, and we were losing most of the game. And I did not know how to help team. I was not a good at basketball because I was just starting. And I found out that there was something in me that enabled for me. I went home, how can I help my team to win? And I discovered that if I can just get every missing ball Every time they miss, get it. If I can finish, I finish. If I don't finish, I kick it back again, they score. That's how I can help my team. And I figured out when I started doing that, one night I had 30 rebounds and we had our first game win. Yeah. So we had our first game win. And I said, wow, I found something that I think I can help my team. And after I fight, I discovered I helped my team go to the state final. So just by rebound, my team was really bad. Instead of me focusing and trying to become shooters, like I just discovered one thing. And the first year we didn't win the state, and the next year we win state 2 years in a row. And I averaged almost 20 rebounds in high school.
So how did you figure it out? Like, was it just self-taught, or was like who taught you how all of this stuff about rebounding?
About rebounding, just I hate losing. So when my team is losing so much, it just broke my heart, and I had to do everything I can do to help a team. So nobody teach me about that. It's something I was just sitting about myself, thinking how I can really help my team, and I discovered that. What about if I just go get every missing ball? I gotta fight, get every missing ball. If I get a chance to put it back up, if not, kick it out, they shoot, they miss again, get it. Just collect every missing ball. That's why I discovered, was just thinking by myself one day, and I found out I had that good gifts of getting rebound. Yeah.
What's the most rebounds you've gotten in a game?
In college, it was 28.
28.
28, yes.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I have to imagine that you grew up admiring, or at least looking up to Dikembe Mutombo, both
Yes.
being Congolese players. Have you heard the news today that he passed? I wonder what that meant to you.
It is a tough day to see somebody stay young at the age of 58. He still could do a lot of things for people. He helped a lot of Congolese build a hospital. The hospital is #1 in Congo right now, taking care of a lot of people. When I wake up, I hear that news, I was really heartbroken. And I just went to my knee and I prayed and I said, God, be with his family and let him rest in peace, because we know he's a man who really cared for a lot of people and he was there for people. It means a lot for me. I don't know how to do, but I just pray and just stay strong. This is life, so I learn.
Had you ever met him?
I have not met him. I spoke to him on the phone. There was the one time he was trying to recruit me to go to play for Patrick Ewing, and I think it was a Georgetown. And I just see a Patrick Ewing calling me. I pick up phone, hey coach. And he was like, hey, this is Dikembe. I said, hey, who's this? I said, wow, man, you got deep voice. And he said, yeah, Oscar, you gotta come to Georgetown. I said, why I gotta come over there? He said, you gotta come here, we're gonna teach you how to break people's nose. I was laughing. I say, hey, I'm so proud of you because you are doing amazing. Continue and grow. I've been watching you, but if you want to come to the league, continue work harder, stay strong. It's going to take you a long time. But it was funny talking to him. He tried his best to recruit me to go to Georgetown. I couldn't go there. So then I have not talked to him after that.
Quickly, does it help to have Isaiah Wong here and seeing a familiar face?
He's my boy. When I hear he was coming down here, I say yes. He's a good kid. He work hard all the time. He helped me a lot back in Indiana. When we were together, he always speak to me. He always trying to fight me for no reason. He gonna come up to me and be like, I say, you too little, bro, to be doing that. I say, don't worry, I'm gonna beat you up. I say, yeah, he's just a joke. He always like to play around with me. But I thank God he's here. I feel like another family around me.
Okay, thank you so much, Alex.
You're welcome. Yeah. Good meeting too.